Welcome to Classic Detective Mysteries. In The Golf Course Mystery by Chester K. Steele, a picturesque golf course setting soon becomes the backdrop for a chilling crime. When a well-known player is found dead under mysterious circumstances, the race to uncover the truth begins. Join us as we follow the twists and turns of this suspenseful tale, where nothing is quite as it seems, and every player may have something to hide. Stay tuned for a thrilling journey of secrets, lies, and unexpected discoveries. Chapter 1. Putting Out. There is nothing in that clear, calm day, with its blue sky and its flooding sunshine, to suggest in the slightest degree the awful tragedy. So close at hand, that tragedy which so puzzled the authorities and which came so close to wrecking the happiness of several innocent people. The waters of the inlet sparkled like silver, and over those waters poised the osprey, his rapidly moving wings and fan-spread tail suspending him almost stationary in one spot, while with eager and far-seeing eyes he peered into the depths below. The bird was a dark blotch against the perfect blue sky for several seconds, and then, suddenly folding his pinions and closing his tail, he darted downward, like a bomb dropped from an aeroplane. There was a splash in the water, a shower of sparkling drops, as the osprey arose, a fish vainly struggling in its talons, and from a dusty gray roadster, which had halted along the highway while the occupant watched the hawk, there came an exclamation of satisfaction. "Did you see that, Harry?" called the occupant of the gray car to a slightly built, bronze companion in a machine of vivid yellow, christened by some who had ridden in it the Spanish omelet. "Did you see that kill? As clean as a hound's tooth, and not a lost motion of a feather. Some sport, that fishhawk. Gad, yes, it was a neat bit of work, Jerry, but rather out of keeping with the day." "Out of keeping? What do you mean?" "Well, out of tune, if you like that better. It's altogether too perfect a day for a killing of any sort, seems to me." "Oh, you're getting sentimental all at once, aren't you, Harry?" asked Captain Jerry Poland, with just a trace of a covert sneer in his voice. "I suppose you wouldn't have even a fishhawk get a much-needed meal on a bright, sunshiny day, when, if ever, he must have a whale of an appetite. You'd have him wait until it was dark and gloomy and rainy, with a northeast wind blowing and all that sort of thing. Now for me, a kill is a kill, no matter what the weather. The better the day, the worse the deed, I suppose." And Harry Bartlett smiled as he leaned forward preparatory to throwing the switch of his machine's self-starter, for both automobiles had come to a stop to watch the osprey. "Oh, well, I don't know that the day has anything to do with it," said the captain, a courtesy title bestowed because he was president of the Mariposa Yacht Club. "I was just interested in the clean way the beggar dived after that fish. Flounder, wasn't it?" "Yes, though usually the birds are glad enough to get a moss bunker." "Well, the fish will soon be a dead one, I suppose." "Yes, food for the little ospreys, I imagine. Well, it's a good death, too. Die serving some useful purpose, even if it's only to be eaten. Gad, I didn't expect to get on such a gruesome subject when we started out. By the way, speaking of killings, I expect to make a neat one today on this Cup Winners match." "How? I didn't know there was much betting." "Oh, but there is, and I've picked up some tidy odds against our friend Carwell. I'm taking his end, and I think he's going to win." Better be careful, Jerry. Golf is an uncertain game, especially when there's a match on among the old boys like Horace Carwell and the crowd of past performers and cup winners he trails along with. He's just as likely to pull or slice as the veriest novice, and once he starts to slide, he's a goner. No reserve comeback, you know. Oh, I'm not so sure about that. He'll be all right if he'll let the champagne alone before he starts a play. I'm banking on him. At the same time, I haven't bet all my money. I've a 10 spot left that says I can beat you to the clubhouse, even if one of my cylinders has been missing the last 2 miles. How about it? You're on, said Harry Bartlett shortly. There was a throb from each machine as the electric motors started the engines, and then they shot down the wide road in clouds of dust, the sinister gray car and a more showy yellow wile above them, driving its talons deeper into the sides of the fish it had caught, the osprey. Circled off toward its nest of rough sticks in a dead pine tree on the edge of the forest. And on the white of the flounder appeared bright red spots of blood, some of which dripped to the ground as the cruel talons closed until they met inside. It was only a little tragedy, such as went on every day in the inlet and adjacent ocean, and yet, somehow, Harry Bartlett, as he drove on with ever-increasing speed in an endeavor to gain a length on his opponent, could not help thinking of it in contrast to the perfect blue of the sky, in which there was not a cloud. Was it prophetic? Ruddy-faced men, bronze-faced men, pale-faced men, young women, girls, matrons, and flappers, caddies burdened with bags of golf clubs and pockets bulging with cunningly found balls, skillful waiters hurrying here and there with trays on which glasses of various shapes, sizes, and of diversified contents tinkled musically. Such was the scene at the Mariposa Club on this June morning when Captain Jerry Poland and Harry Bartlett were racing their cars toward it. It was the chief day of the year for the Mariposa Golf Club, for on it were to be played several matches, not the least in importance being that of the Cup winners, open only to such members as had won prizes in hotly contested contests on the home links. In spite of the fact that on this day there were to be played several matches in which visiting and local champions were to try their skill against one another, to the delight of a large gallery, interest centered in the Cup winners' battle, for it was rumored, and not without semblance of truth, that large sums of money would change hands on the result. Not that it was gambling, no, my no. In fact, any laying of wagers was strictly prohibited by the club's constitution. But there are ways and means of getting cattle through a fence without taking down the bars. And there was talk that Horace Carwell had made a pretty stiff bet with Major Turpin Wardell as to the outcome of the match, the Major and Mr. Carwell being rivals of long standing in the matter of drives and putts. "Beastly fine day," exclaimed Bruce Garrigan as he sat down. On a tray a waiter held out to him a glass he had just emptied with every indication of delight in its contents. If it had been made to, order couldn't be improved on, and he flicked from the lapel of Tom Sharwell's coat some ashes which had blown there from the cigarette, which Garrigan had lighted. "You're right for once, Bruce, old man," was the laughing response. "Never mind the ashes now. You'll make a spot if you rub any harder." "Right for once? Am always right," cried Garrigan, "and it may interest you to know that the total precipitation, including rain and melted snow in Yuma, Arizona, for the calendar year 1917, was 3 1/10, inches being the smallest in the United States. It doesn't interest me a bit, Bruce, laughed Charwell. And to prevent you getting any more of those statistics out of your system, come on over and we'll do a little precipitating on our own account. I can stand another Bronx cocktail. I'm with you. But speaking of statistics, did you know that from the National Forests of the United States in the last year, there was cut 840,612,030 board feet of lumber? What the 30 feet were for I don't. No, and I don't care to know, interrupted Tom. If you spring any more of those beastly dry figures, say, there comes something that does interest. Me, though, he broke in with. Look at those cars take that turn. Some speed, murmured Garrigan. It's Bartlett and Poland, he went on, as a shift of wind blew the dust to one side and revealed the gray roadster and the Spanish omelet. The rivals are at it again. Bruce Garrigan, who had a name among the golf club members as a human encyclopedia and who, at times, would inform his companions on almost any subject that chanced to come uppermost, tossed away his cigarette and, with Tom Charwell, watched the oncoming automobile racers. They're rivals in more ways than one, remarked Charwell, and it looks now as though the captain rather had the edge on Harry, in spite of the fast color of Harry's car. That's right, admitted Garrigan. Is it true what I've heard about both of them, that each hopes to place the diamond hoop of proprietorship on the fair Viola? I guess if you've heard that they're both trying for her, it's true enough, answered Charwell. And it also happens, if that old lady Mrs. G05 Sip is to be believed, that there also the captain has the advantage. How's that? I thought Harry had made a tidy sum on that shipbuilding project he put through. He did, but it seems that he and his family have a penchant for doing that sort of thing. And some years ago, in one of the big mergers in which his family took a prominent part, they or someone connected with them pinched the Honorable Horace Carwell so that he squealed for mercy like a lamb led to the Wall Street slaughterhouse. So that's the game, is it? Yes. And ever since then, though Viola Carwell has been just as nice to Harry as she has to Jerry, as far as anyone can tell, there has been talk that Harry is persona non grata as far as her father goes. He never forgives any business beat, I understand. Was it anything serious? Asked Garrigan, as they watched the racing. Automobiles swing around the turn of the road that led to the clubhouse. I don't know the particulars. It was before my time, I mean before I paid much attention to business. Oot, you don't now. You only think you do, but I'm interested. I expect to have some business dealing with Carwell myself, and if I could get a line. Sorry, but I can't help you out, old man. Better see Harry. He knows the whole story, and he insists that it was all straight on his relative's part. But it's like shaking a mince pie at a Thanksgiving turkey to mention the matter to Carwell. He hasn't gone so far as to forbid Harry the house, but there's a bit of coldness just the same. I see. And that's why the captain has the inside edge on the love game. Well, Miss Carwell has a mind of her own, I fancy. Indeed she has. She's more like her mother used to be. I remember Mrs. Carwell when I was a boy. She was a dear, somewhat conventional lady. How she ever came to take up with the sporty Horace, or he with her, was a 7-days wonder. But they lived happily, I believe. Then Mrs. Carwell is dead? Oh, yes, some years. Mr. Carwell's sister, Miss Mary, keeps the haven up. To date for him. You've been there. Once at a reception. I'm not on the regular calling list, though, miss. Viola is pretty enough to— Look out, suddenly cried Charwell, as though appealing to the two. Automobilists, far off as they were. For the yellow car made a sudden swerve and seemed about to turn turtle. But Bartlett skillfully brought the Spanish omelet back on the road again and swung up alongside his rival for the home stretched the broad highway that ran in front of the clubhouse. The players who were soon to start out on the links, the guests, the gallery, and the servants gathered to see the finish of the impromptu race. Murmurs arising as it was seen how close it was likely to be. And close it was, for when the two machines, with doleful whinings of brakes, came to a stop in front of the house, the front wheels were in such perfect alignment that there was scarcely an inch of difference. "A dead heat," exclaimed Bartlett, as he leaped out and motioned for one of the servants to take the car around to the garage. "Yes, you win," agreed Captain Poland as he pushed his goggles back on. His cap. He held out a bill. "What's it for?" asked Bartlett, drawing back. "Why, I put up a 10 spot that I'd beat you." "I didn't, and you win." "Buy drinks with your money," laughed Bartlett. The race was to be for a finish, not a dead heat. "We'll try it again sometime." "All right, any time you like," said the captain crisply as he sat down at a table after greeting some friends. "But you won't refuse to split a quart with me?" "No. My throat is as dusty as a vacuum cleaner." "Have any of the matches started yet, Bruce?" he asked, turning to the human encyclopedia. "Only some of the novices." "And speaking of novices, do you know that in Scotland there are 14,700. Cut it, Bruce." "Cut it," begged the captain. "Sit in you and Tommen. We'll make it 2 bottles. Anything to choke off your flow of useless statistics." And he laughed good-naturedly. "When does the Cup Winners' match start?" asked Bartlett, as the 4 young men sat about the table under the veranda. "That's the one I'm interested in." "In about an hour," announced Charwell, as he consulted a card. "Hardly any of the veterans are here yet." "Has Mr. Carwell arrived?" asked Captain Poland as he raised his glass, and seemed to be studying the bubbles that spiraled upward from the hollow stem. "You'll know when he gets here," answered Bruce Garrigan. "How so?" asked the captain. "Does he have an official announcer?" "No, but you'll hear his car before you see it. New horn." "No, new car, new color, new everything," said Garrigan. "He's just bought a new $10,000 French car, and it's painted red, white, and blue, and dash, red, white, and blue," chorused the other 3 men. "Yes, very patriotic. His friends don't know whether he's honoring Uncle Sam or the French Republic. However, it's all the same. His car is a wonder. I must have a brush with him," murmured Captain Poland. "Don't. You'll lose out," advised Garrigan. "It could do 80 on 4th. Speed, and Carwell is sporty enough to slip it into that gear if he needed to." Guess I'll wait until I get my new machine, then," decided the captain. There was more talk, but Bartlett gradually dropped out of the conversation and went a walk about the club grounds. Mariposa was a social, as well as a golfing club, and the scene of many dances and other affairs. It lay a few miles back from the shore near Lakeside in New Jersey. The clubhouse was large and elaborate, and the grounds around it were spacious and well laid out. Not far away was Lock Harbor, where the yachts of the club of which Captain Jerry Poland was president anchored, and a mile or so in the Opposite direction was Lake Tacoma, on the shore of which was Lakeside. A rather exclusive colony summered there, the hotel numbering many wealthy persons among its patrons. Harry Bartlett, rather wishing he had gone in for golf more devotedly, was wandering about, casually greeting friends and acquaintances, when he heard his name called from the cool and shady depths of a summer house on the edge of the golf links. "Oh, Minnie, how are you?" He cordially greeted a rather tall and dark girl who extended her slim hand to him. "I didn't expect to see you today." "Oh, I've taken all the big matches, though I don't play much myself," answered Minnie Webb. "I'm surprised to find you without a caddy." "Though, Harry, too lazy, I'm afraid. I'm going to join the gallery today. Meanwhile, if you don't mind, I'll sit in here and help you keep cool." "It isn't very hard to do that today," and she moved over to make room. "For him, isn't it just perfect weather?" At one time, Minnie Webb and Harry Bartlett had been very close. Friends engaged, some rumors had it. But now they were jolly good companions, that was all. "Seen the Carwell's new machine?" asked Bartlett. "No, but I've heard about it. I presume they'll drive up in it today." "Does Viola run it?" "I haven't heard. It's a powerful machine. Someone said more of a racer than a touring car," Mr. Blossom was remarking. "Well, he ought to know. I understand he's soon to be taken into partnership with Mr. Carwell." "I don't know," murmured Minnie, and she seemed suddenly very much interested in the vein structure of a leaf she pulled from a vine that covered the summer house. Bartlett smiled. Gossip had it that Minnie Webb and LeGrand Blossom, Mr. Carwell's private secretary, were engaged, but there had been no formal announcement, though the two had been seen together more frequently of late than mere friendship would warrant. There was a stir in front of the clubhouse, followed by a murmur of voices, and Minnie, peering through a space in the vines, announced, "There's the big car now. Oh, I don't like that color at all. I'm as patriotic as anyone, but to daub a perfectly good car up like that, well, it's sporty, I suppose Carwell thinks," finished Bartlett. He had risen though to leave the summer house, but as he saw Captain Poland step up and offer his hand to Viola Carwell, he drew back and again sat down. Beside Minnie, a group gathered about the big French car, obviously to the delight of Mr. Carwell, who was proud of the furor created by his latest purchase. Though he kept up his talk with Minnie in the summer house, Harry Bartlett's attention was very plainly not on his present companion nor the conversation. At any other time, Minnie Webb would have noticed it and taxed him with it. But now she, too, had her attention centered elsewhere. She watched eagerly the group about the big machine, and her eyes followed the figure of a man who descended from the rear seat and made his way out along a path that led to a quiet spot. "I think I'll go in now," murmured Minnie Webb. "I have to see." Bartlett was not listening. In fact, he was glad of the diversion, for he saw Viola Carwell turn with what he thought was impatience aside from Captain Poland, and that was the very chance the other young man had been waiting for. He followed Minnie Webb from the little pavilion, paying no attention to where she drifted. But he made his way through the press of persons, too, where Viola stood, and he saw her eyes light up as he approached. His, too, seemed brighter. "I was wondering if you would come to see Dad when," she murmured to him as he took her hand, and Captain Poland, with a little bow, stepped back. "You knew I'd come, didn't you?" Bartlett asked in a low voice. "I hoped so," she murmured. "Now, Harry," she went on in a low voice, As they moved aside, "This will be a good time for you to smooth things over with Father. If he wins, as he feels sure he will, you must. Congratulate him very heartily, exceptionally so. Make a fuss over him, so to speak. He'll be club champion, and it will seem natural for you to bubble over about it. But why should I, Viola? I haven't done anything to merit his displeasure. I know, but you remember what a touch-fire he is. He's always held that. Business matter against you, though I'm sure you had nothing to do with it. Now, if he wins, and I hope he will, you could take advantage of it too. Get on better terms with him, and, well, I'm willing to be friends. You know that, Viola. But I can't. Pretend I never could. You're stubborn, Harry." And Viola pouted. "Well, perhaps I am, when I know I'm right. Couldn't you forget it just once? I don't see how." "Oh, you provoke me. But if you want, you won't, I suppose. Only it will be such a good chance. Well, I'll see him after the match, Viola. I'll do my best to be decent. You must go a little farther than that, Harry. Dad'll be all worked up if he wins, and he'll want a fuss made over him. It will be the very chance for you." "All right, I'll do my best," murmured Bartlett. And then a servant came up to summon him to the telephone. Viola was not left long alone, for Captain Poland was watching her from the tail of his eye, and he was at her side before Harry Bartlett was out of sight. "Perhaps you'd like to come for a little spin with me, Miss Carwell," said the captain. "I just heard that they've postponed the cup winners. Match an hour, and unless you want to sit around here, come on," cried Viola impulsively. "It's too perfect a day to sit around, and I'm only interested in my father's match." There was another reason why Viola Carwell was glad of the chance to go. Riding with Captain Poland just then, she really was a little provoked with Bartlett's stubbornness, or what she called that, and she thought it might wake him up, as she termed it, to see her with the only man who might be classed as his rival. As for herself, Viola was not sure whether or not she would admit Captain Poland to that class. There was time enough yet, and so, as Bartlett went into the telephone to answer a call that had come most inopportunely for him, Viola Carwell and Captain Poland swept off along the pleasantly shaded country road. Left to herself, for which just then she was thankful, Minnie Webb drifted around until she met Legrand Blossom. "What's the matter, Lee?" she asked him in a low voice, and he smiled, with his eyes at her, though his face showed no great amount of jollity. "You're as solemn as though every railroad stock listed had dropped 10 points just after you bought it." "No, it isn't quite as bad as that," he said, as he fell in a step beside her, and they strolled off on one of the less frequented walks. "I thought everything was going so well with you. Has there been any hitch in the partnership arrangement?" asked Minnie. "No, not exactly. Have you lost money?" "No, I can't say that I have." "Then for goodness sake, what is it? Do I have to pump you like a newspaper reporter?" And Minnie Webb laughed, showing a perfect set of teeth that contrasted well against the dark red and tan of her cheeks. "Oh, I don't know that it's anything much," replied Legrand Blossom. "It's something," insisted Minnie. "Well, yes, it is. And as it'll come out, sooner or later, I might as well tell you now," he said, with rather an air of desperation, and as though driven to it. "Have you heard any rumors that Mr. Carwell is in financial difficulties?" "Why, no. The idea. I always thought he had plenty of money. Not a multimillionaire, of course, but better off financially than anyone else in Lakeside. He was once, but he won't be soon If he keeps up the pace he's set of late," went on Legrand Blossom, and his voice was gloomy. "What do you mean?" "Well, things don't look so well as they did. He was very foolish, too. Buy that $10,000 yacht so soon after spending even more than that on this red, white, and blue monstrosity of his. You don't mean to tell me he's bought a yacht, too?" "Yes, the Osprey that Colonel Blake's son used to sport up and down. The Coastin paid a cool $10,000 for it. Though if he had left it to me, I could have got it for $8, I'm sure." "Well, $20,000 oughtn't to worry Mr. Carwell, I should think," returned Minnie. "It wouldn't have a year ago," answered Legrand. "But he's been on the wrong side of the market for some time. Then, too, something new has cropped up about that old Bartlett deal." "You mean the one over which Harry's uncle and Mr. Carwell had such a foos?" "Yes. Mr. Carwell's never got over that. And there are rumors that he lost quite a sum in a business transaction with Captain Poland." "Oh dear," sighed the girl. "Isn't business horrid? I'm glad I'm not a mun. But what is this about Captain Poland?" "I don't know. Haven't heard it all yet, as Mr. Carwell doesn't tell me everything, even if he has planned to take me into partnership with him. But now I'm not so keen on it." "Keen on what, Lee?" And Minnie Webb leaned just the least bit nearer to his side. "On going into partnership with a man who spends money so lavishly when he needs all the ready cash he can lay his hands on. But don't mention this to anyone, Minnie. If it got out, it might precipitate matters, and then the whole business would tumble down like a house of cards. As it is, I may be able to pull him out, but I've put the soft pedal on the partnership talk." "Has Mr. Carwell mentioned it of late?" "No. All he seems to be interested in is this golf game that may make him club champion. But keep secret what I have told you." Minnie Webb nodded assent, and they turned back toward the clubhouse, for they had reached a too secluded part of the grounds. Meanwhile, Viola Carwell was not enjoying her ride with Captain Poland as much as she had expected she would. As a matter of fact, it had been undertaken largely to cause Bartlett a little uneasiness, and as the car spun on, she paid less and less attention to the captain. Seeing this, the latter changed his mind concerning something he had fully expected to speak to Viola about that day, if he got the chance. Captain Poland was genuinely in love with Viola, and he had reason to feel that she cared for him, though whether enough to warrant a declaration of love on his part was hard to understand. "But I won't take a chance now," mused the captain rather moodily, and the talk descended to mere monosyllables on the part of both of them. "I must see Carwell and have it out with him about that insurance deal. Maybe he holds that against me, though the last time I talked with him, he gave me to understand that I'd stand a better show than Harry. I must see him after the game. If he wins, he'll be in a mellow humor, particularly after a bottle or so. That's what I'll do." The captain spun his car up in front of the clubhouse and helped Viola out. "I think we are in plenty of time for your father's match," he remarked. "Yes," she assented. "I don't see any of the veterans on the field yet." And she looked across the perfect course. "I'll go to look for Dad and wish him luck. He always wants me to do that before he starts his medal. Play. See you again, Captain." And with a friendly nod, she left the somewhat chagrined yachtsman. When Captain Poland had parked his car, he took a short cut along a path that led through a little clump of bushes. Midway he heard voices. In an instant he recognized them as those of Horace Carwell and Harry Bartlett. He heard Bartlett say, But don't you see how much better it would be to drop it all to have nothing more to do with her? Look here, young man. You mind your own business, snapped Mr. Carwell. I know what I'm doing. I haven't any doubt of it, Mr. Carwell. But I ventured to suggest. Went on Bartlett. Keep your suggestions to yourself, if you please. I've had about all I want from you and your family. And if I hear any more of your impudent talk. Then Captain Poland moved away, for he did not want to hear any more. In the meantime, Viola hurried back to the clubhouse and forced herself to be gay. But somehow, a cloud seemed to have come over her day. The throng had increased, and she caught sight among the press of Jean. Ferret, their chauffeur. Have you seen my father since he arrived, Jean? Asked Viola. Oh, he is somewhere about, I suppose, was the answer, and it was given in such a surly tone with such a churlish manner that Viola flushed with anger and bit her lips to keep back a sharp retort. At that moment, Minnie Webb strolled past. She had heard the question and the answer. I just saw your father going out with the other contestants, Viola, said Minnie Webb, for they were friends of some years' standing. I think they're going to start to play. I wonder why they say the French are such a polite race, she went on, speaking lightly to cover Viola's confusion caused by the chauffeur's manner. He was positively insulting. He was, agreed Viola, but I shouldn't mind him, I suppose. He does. Not like the new machine, and Father has told him to find another place by the end of the month. I suppose that has piqued him. While there were many matches to be played at the Mariposa Club that day, interest, as far as the older members and their friends were concerned, was centered in that for Cup winners. These constituted the best players, the veterans of the game, and the contest was sure to be interesting and close. Horace Carwell was a sport in every meaning of the term. Though a man, well along in his 40s, he was as lithe and active as one 10 years younger. He motored, fished, played golf, hunted, and of late had added yachting to his amusements. He was wealthy, as his father had been before him, and owned a fine home in New York, but he spent a large part of every year at Lakeside, where he might enjoy the two sports he loved best, golfing and yachting. Viola was an only child, her mother having died when she was about 16, and since then Mr. Carwell's maiden sister had kept watch and ward over the handsome home, the Haven. Viola, though loving her father, with the natural affection of a daughter and some of the love she had lavished on her mother, was not altogether in sympathy with the sporting proclivities of Mr. Carwell. True, she accompanied him to his golf games and sailed with him, or rode in his big car almost as often as he asked her, and she thoroughly enjoyed these things. But what she did not enjoy was the rather too jovial comradeship that followed on the part of the men and women her father associated with. He was a good liver and a good spender, and he liked to have about him such persons, men sleek and fat, who, if they did not sleep o' nights, at least had the happy faculty of turning night into day for their own amusement. So, in a measure, Viola and her father were out of sympathy, as had been husband and wife before her, though there had never been a whisper of real incompatibility, nor was there now, between father and daughter. For it was the warning cry from the first tee to clear the course for the start of the Cup Winners' match. In anticipation of some remarkable playing, an unusually large gallery would follow the contestants around. The best caddies had been selected, clubs had been looked to with care and tested, new balls were got out, and there was much subdued excitement, as befitted the occasion. Mr. Carwell, his always flushed face perhaps a trifle more like a mild sunset than ever, strolled to the first tee. He swung his driver with freedom and ease to make sure it was the one that best suited him, and then turned to Major Wardell, his chief rival. "Do you want to take any more?" he asked meaningly. "No, thank you," was the laughing response. "I've got all I can carry. Not that I'm going to let you beat me, but I'm always a stroke or two off in my play when the sun's too bright, as it is now. However, I'm not crawling." "You'd better not," declared his rival. "As for me, the brighter the sun, the better I like it. Well, are we all ready?" The officials held a last consultation and announced that play might start. Mr. Carwell was to lead. The first hole was not the longest in the course, but to place one's ball on fair ground meant driving very surely, and for a longer distance than most players like to think about. Also, a short distance from the tee was a deep ravine, and unless one cleared that, it was a handicap hard to overcome. Mr. Carwell made his little tee of sand with care and placed the ball on the apex. Then he took his place and glanced back for a moment to where Viola stood between Captain Poland and Harry Bartlett. Something like a little frown gathered on the face of Horace Carwell as he noted the presence of Bartlett, but it passed almost at once. "Well, here goes, ladies and gentlemen," exclaimed Mr. Carwell in rather loud tones, and with a free and easy manner he did not often assume. "Here's where I bring home the bacon and make my friend, the Major, eat. Humble pie." Viola flushed. It was not like her father to thus boast. On the contrary, he was usually what the Scotch call a canny player. He never predicted that he was going to win, except perhaps to his close friends. But he was now boasting like the veriest schoolboy. "Here I go," he exclaimed again, and then he swung at the ball with his well-known skill. It was a marvelous drive, and the murmurs of approbation that greeted it seemed to please Mr. Carwell. "Let's see anybody beat that," he cried as he stepped off the tee to give place to Major Wardell. Mr. Carwell's white ball had sailed well up on the putting green of the first hole, a shot seldom made at Mariposa. "A few more strokes like that, and he'll win the match," murmured Bartlett. "And when he does, don't forget what I told you," whispered Viola to him. He found her hand, hidden at her side in the folds of her dress, and pressed it. She smiled up at him, and then they watched the Major swing at his ball. "It's going to be a corking match," murmured more than one member of the gallery as they followed the players down the field. "If anyone asked me, I should say that Carwell had taken just a little too much champagne to make his strokes true toward the last hole," said Tom Sharwell to Bruce Garrigan. "Perhaps," was the admission, "but I'd like to see him win. And for the sake of saying something, let me inform you that in Africa last year, there were used in nose rings alone for the natives 17,421 pounds of copper wire, while for anklets, I'll buy you a drink if you chop it off short," offered Sharwell. "Taken," exclaimed Garrigan with a grin. The cup play went on, the four contestants being well matched, and the shots duly applauded from hole to hole. The turn was made, and the homeward course began, with the excitement increasing as it was seen that there would be the closest possible finish between the Major and Mr. Carwell at least. "What's the row over there?" asked Bartlett suddenly as he walked along with Viola and Captain Poland. "Where?" inquired the captain. "Among those autos. Looks as if one was on fire." "It does," agreed Viola. "But I can see our patriotic palfrey, so I guess it's all right. There are enough people over there, anyhow. But it is something." There was a dense cloud of smoke hovering over the place, where some of the many automobiles were parked at one corner of the course. Still, it might be someone starting his machine, with too much oil being burned in the cylinders. "Now for the last hole," exulted Mr. Carwell, as they approached the 18th. "I've got you 2 strokes now, Major, and I'll have you 4 by the end of the match." "I'm not so sure of that," was the laughing and good-natured reply. There was silence in the gallery while the players made ready for the last hole. There was a sharp impact as Mr. Carwell's driver struck the little white ball and sent it sailing in a graceful curve well toward the last hole. "A marvelous shot!" exclaimed Captain Poland. "On the green again, another like that, and he'll win the game." "And I can do it, too," boasted Carwell, who overheard what was said. The others drove off in turn, and the play reached the final stage of putting. Viola turned as though to go over and see what the trouble was. Among the automobiles, she looked back as she saw her father stoop to send the ball into the little depressed cup. She felt sure that he would win, for she had kept a record of his strokes and those of his opponents. The game was all but over. "I wonder if there could be anything the matter with our car," mused Viola as she saw the smoke growing denser. "Dad's won, so I'm going over to see. Perhaps that chauffeur—" She did not finish the sentence. She turned to look back at her father once more and saw him make the putt that won the game at the last hole. Then, to her horror, she saw him reel, throw up his hands, and fall heavily in a heap, while startled cries reached her ears. "Oh, oh, what has happened?" she exclaimed, and deadly fear clutched at her heart, and not without good cause. Chapter 2. The 19th hole. For several seconds after Mr. Carwell fell so heavily on the putting green, having completed the last stroke that sent the white ball into the cup and made him club champion, there was not a stir among the other players grouped about him, nor did the gallery, grouped some distance back, rush up. The most natural thought, and one that was in the minds of the majority, was that the clubman had overbalanced himself in making his stance for the putt shot, and had fallen. There was even a little thoughtless laughter from some in the gallery, but it was almost instantly hushed, for it needed but a second glance to tell that something more serious than a simple fall had occurred, or if it was a fall caused by an unsteady position taken when he made his last shot, it had been such a heavy one that Mr. Carwell was overlong in recovering from it. He remained in a huddled heap on the short-cropped, velvety turf of the putting green. Then the murmurs of wonder came, surging from many throats, and the arms about her. "Tell me it isn't true, Uncle Ad. Tell me it isn't true," she sobbed. The 3 men, looking at one another DR, Lambert's glance coming over the bowed head of Viola, said nothing for a few moments. Then as her sobs died away, and she became calmer, the old physician said, "You must not take on so, Vi. I know it is hard, but you must meet the issue squarely. At the same time, you must realize that even the most suspicious circumstances may be explained away. While it does look as though your father had deliberately taken the poison, it may easily be established by an investigation that it was an accident of which even your father was ignorant. There are so many poisons that do not manifest themselves for a long time, often days after they are taken, that there is every chance of proving this to have been an accident. Then there must be an investigation, was Viola's quick decision. There were still tears in her eyes, but she looked through them now, as through a veil that must be torn aside. I cannot believe that my father was a suicide. She halted at the awful word. I will not believe it, she went on more firmly. It cannot be true. Hardly had she uttered the last word than a figure passed through the hall, flitting past the half-open door of the little room where Viola stood with the three men. Who is there? She called sharply, for she had spoken rather loudly, and she did not want any of the servants to hear. Who is there? It is I, Minnie, was the answer. Dear Viola, I have come to see if I could do anything. I rang and rang, but no one answered the bell, and as the door was open, I walked in. I'm afraid I didn't close it when I let you in, said Captain Poland to Dr. Lambert. Dear Viola, said Minnie Webb, as she placed cheek against that of her friend. Is there anything I can do in your terrible trouble? Please let me do something. Thank you, Minnie. You're very kind. I don't know. We are in such distress. Tell me. And Viola seemed to nerve herself for some effort. Tell me, did you hear what I said just now as you passed the door? Do you mean about not believing that your father was a suicide? Asked Minnie in a low voice. Yes, I heard you. Then the only thing you can do is to help me prove otherwise, said Viola. That will be the greatest help. It can't be true, and we want that made plain. Father never killed himself. He was not that kind of man. He did not fear death, but he would not go deliberately to meet it. It is not true that he killed himself, and Viola's voice seemed to ring out. A strange look came over the face of Minnie Webb. There was a great pity shining in her eyes as she said, I am sorry, Viola, but I am afraid it may be true. What? That my father committed suicide? Yes, whispered Minnie. I'm afraid it may be true. Chapter 5. Harry's Mission. Minnie Webb's announcement affected her 4 hearers in 4 different ways. It shocked Viola, shocked her greatly, for she had, naturally, expected kindly sympathy and agreement from her friend. Dr. Baird, who had involuntarily begun to twist his small mustache at the entrance of Miss Webb, looked at her in admiration of her good looks and because she upheld a theory to which he felt himself committed, a theory that Mr. Carwell was a plain out-and-out suicide. Dr. Lambert was plainly indignant at the bald manner in which Minnie Webb made her statement, and at the same time he had pity for the ignorance of the lame mind that will pronounce judgment against the more cautious opinions of science. And this was not the first poisoning case with which the aged practitioner had dealt. As for Captain Poland, he gazed blankly at Miss Webb for a moment, following her statement, and then he looked more keenly at the young woman, as though seeking to know whence her information came. And when Viola had recovered from her first shock, this was the thought that came to her. What did Minnie know? And Viola asked that very question, asked it sharply, and with an air which told of her determination to know. Oh, please don't ask me, stammered Minnie Webb. But I have heard that your father's affairs are involved, Viola. His affairs? You mean anything in his private life? And the daughter of Horace Carwell, Carwell the Sport, as he was frequently called, seemed to feel this blow more than the shock of death. Oh, no, Nothing like that, exclaimed Minnie, as though abashed at the mere suggestion. But I did hear, and I cannot tell where I heard it, that he was involved financially, and that perhaps, well, you know, some men have a horror of facing the world poor, and that can't be true, declared Viola stoutly. While I do not know anything about my father's financial affairs, I know he had no fear of failure, no fear of becoming poor. I do not believe he would have feared to face poverty if there was need. But there was not, I'm sure. Minnie, who told you this? I cannot tell, said Minnie, with a memory of the insinuating manner in which Legrand Blossom had spoken. Bearing in mind her promise to him not to mention the matter, she began to wish that she had not spoken. But you must tell, insisted Dr. Lambert. This amounts to an accusation against a dead man, and you owe it to Viola to give the source of your information. No, doctor, I cannot. Please don't ask me, Viola. Oh, I shouldn't have spoken, but I thought only to help you solve the problem. You have only made it harder, unless you tell us more, said Dr. Lambert gently. Why cannot you tell us, Miss Webb? Because I promised not to. Oh, can't you find out for yourselves in your own way about his affairs? Surely an examination. Yes, of course. That would be the proper way, said Dr. Lambert gravely. And it must be done, I suppose. It will lead to nothing. It will prove nothing, insisted Viola. I'm sure my father's affairs were not involved. Wait, I'll call Aunt Mary. She was in close touch with all the money matters of our household. Father trusted her with many business matters. Call Aunt Mary. Her eyes red with weeping, but bearing up bravely withal. Miss Mary Carwell joined the conference. She, it seemed, had guessed something. When Dr. Lambert and Dr. Baird were closeted so long with Captain Poland. We must face the facts, however unpleasant they are, said Dr. Lambert, in a low voice. We must recognize that this will be public talk in a little while. A man so well-known a character as was my old friend Horace Carwell cannot die suddenly in the midst of a championship golf game and let the matter rest there. The papers will take it up, said Dr. Baird. The papers, broke in Viola. Yes, even now I have been besieged by reporters demanding to know the cause of death. It will have to come out. The report of the county physician, on which only a burial certificate can be obtained, is public property. The Bureau of Vital Statistics is open to the public and the reporters. There is bound to be an inquiry, and as I have said, Dr. Roland has already announced it as a suicide. We must face the issue bravely. But even if it should prove true that he took the poison, I am sure it will turn out to be a mistake, declared Viola. As for my father's affairs being in danger financially, Aunt Mary, did you ever hear of such a thing? Well, my dear, your father kept his affairs pretty much to himself, was the answer of her aunt. He did tell me some things, and only today something came up that makes me think, oh, I don't know what to. Think now. What is it? Asked Dr. Lambert, quietly but firmly. It is best to know. The worst at once. I can't say that it is the worst, replied Miss Carwell. But there was something about a loan to the bank, and not enough collateral to cover Mr. Blossom should have attended to it, but he did not, it seems. And what you tell them? She appealed to Captain Poland. Certainly, he responded. It is a simple matter, he went on. Mr. Carwell, as all of us do at times, borrowed money from his bank, giving certain securities as collateral for the loan. The bank, as all banks do, kept watch on this security, and when it fell in market value below a certain point where there was no longer sufficient margin to cover the loan safely, demanded more collateral. This, for some reason, Mr. Carwell did not put up, nor did his clerk, Mr. Blossom. I know nothing more in this respect than Miss Carwell told me, and he bowed to indicate the dead man's sister. I offered to see to the matter for her, putting up some collateral of my own until Mr. Carwell's affairs could be straightened out. It is a mere technicality, I imagine, and can have nothing to do with the present matter, even though Miss Webb seems to think so. "Oh, I am so sorry if I have made a mistake," exclaimed Minnie, now very penitent. "But I only thought it would be helping. It will be to know the truth," said Dr. Lambert. "Is this all that you heard, Miss Webb?" "No, it was nothing like that. It had nothing to do with a bank loan." "Oh, please don't ask me. I promised not to tell." "Very well. We won't force you to speak," said the family physician. "But this matter must be gone into. What one person knows, others are sure to find out. We must see Blossom. He is the one who would have the most complete knowledge of your father's affairs, Viola. Did I hear something about his going into partnership with your father?" "Yes, there was some such plan. Father decided that he needed help, and he spoke of taking in Mr. Blossom. I know no more than that," Viola answered. "Then Legrand Blossom is the person to throw more light on that subject," said Dr. Lambert. To himself, he added a mental reservation that he did not count much on what information might come from the head clerk. Blossom, in the mind of Dr. Lambert, was a person of not much strength of character. There had been certain episodes in his life, information as to which had come to the physician in a roundabout way, that did not reflect on him very well, though, in truth, he felt that the man was weak rather than bad. "Then is it to be believed that my father was a suicide?" asked Viola, as though seeking to know the worst, that she might fight to make it better. "On the bare facts in the case, yes," answered Dr. Lambert. "But that is only a starting point. We will make no hard and fast decision." "Indeed we will not," declared Viola. "There must be a most rigid investigation." And when the others had gone, Dr. Lambert to make funeral arrangements for his old friend, Captain Poland, to see the bank officials, Dr. Bear to his office, taking Minnie Webb home in his car, and Miss Garwell too. Her room to lie down, Viola, left alone, gave herself up to grief. She felt utterly downcast and very much in need of a friend. And perhaps this feeling made her welcome more cordially than when she had last seen him, Harry Bartlett, who was announced soon after the others left. "Oh, Harry, have you heard the terrible news?" faltered Viola. "You mean about your father?" "Yes," he said gently, "but I do not believe it. I may as well speak plainly, Viola. Your father, for some reason best known to himself, did not care for me. But I respected him, and, in spite of a feeling between us, I admired him. I feel sure he did not commit suicide. But they say it looks very suspicious, Harry. Oh, tell me what to do." And impulsively, Viola held out her hands to him. Bartlett pressed them warmly. "I'll serve you in any way I can," he said, gazing fondly into her eyes. "But I confess I am puzzled. I don't know what to do. Perhaps it would be better, as Dr. Lambert says, to look into your father's affairs." "Yes, but I want more than that," declared Viola. "I want his name. cleared from any suspicion of suicide. And I want you to undertake it, Harry." "You want me?" he exclaimed, drawing back. "Me? Yes. I feel that you will do better than anyone else." "Oh, you will help me, won't you?" she pleaded. "Of course, Viola. But I don't know how." "Then let me tell you." And she seemed to be in better control of herself than at any time that day. "This must be gone into systematically, and we can best do it through a detective." "A detective!" cried Harry Bartlett, and he started from his chair. "Why, my dear Viola, a detective would be the worst possible person to call on a case like this. Let me investigate if you think it wise. But a detective, I am not speaking of an ordinary detective, Harry. I have in mind an elderly man who is a friend of my father. He has an extraordinary reputation for solving mysteries. Well, of course, if you know the man, it makes a difference." "Bartlett," eyed the girl curiously, "I didn't know you knew any detectives." "The man I have in mind was in some business deal with my father once, and they became very well acquainted. I met him several times and liked him immensely. He is well along in years, but I think sharper than many younger men. But there is one difficulty." "What is that?" "More than likely he will shy at having anything to do with the case. He told my father he was going to retire and devote his leisure time to fishing, that being his great pastime." "Humph! He can't be much of a detective if he wants to spend most of his time fishing," was Bartlett's comment. "You're mistaken, Harry. My father, and other men too, considered him one of the greatest detectives in the world, even though he sometimes works in a very peculiar and apparently uninterested manner." "All right then, Viola. If you say so, I'll look up this wonderful detective for you and get him to take hold of the case." Chapter 6. By a quiet stream. Drooping willows dipped their pendant branches in the stream that foamed and rippled over green, mossy stones. In a meadow that stretched fair and wide on either side of the water, innumerable grasshoppers were singing their song of summer. On a verdant bank reclined a man whose advanced age might be indicated in his whitening locks, but whose bright eyes and the quick, nervous movements as he leafed the pages of a small, green-covered book made negative the first analysis. A little distance from him, where the sun beat down warmly, unhindered by any shade, lolled a colored man whose look now and then strayed to the reading figure. A glance over the shoulder of the reader, were one so impolite as to take that liberty, would have disclosed, among others, this passage on the printed page. But yet you are to note that as you see some willows or palm trees bud and blossom sooner than others do, so some trouts be in rivers sooner in season, and as some hollies or oaks are longer before they cast their leaves, so are some trouts in rivers longer before they go out of season. The gray-haired man closed the book, thereby revealing the title Walton's Complete Angler, and looked across the stream. The sunlight flickered over its rippling surface, and now and then there was a splash in the otherwise quiet waters, a splash that to the reader was illuminating indeed. "Shag!" he suddenly exclaimed, thereby galvanizing into life the Somnolentmann. "Yes, sah, Colonel. Yes, sah," came the response. Asleep, weren't you?" "Well, no, sah. Not exactly asleep, Colonel. I were jest talking the fust of my 40 winks, and, well, postpone the rest for this evening. I think I'll make some. Cast here. I don't expect any trout, My friend Walton to the contrary. Besides, they're out of season now. But I may get something. Give me the rod, Shag. Yes, sir, Colonel. Yes, sir. And while the fishing paraphernalia was being put in readiness by his colored servant, Colonel Robert Lee Ashley once more opened the little green book, as though to draw inspiration therefrom. And he read, "Only thus much is necessary for you to know and to be mindful and careful of, that if the pike or perch do breed in that river, they will be sure to bite first and must first be taken. And for the most part, they are very large. While large or small, it doesn't much matter, so I catch some," observed the colonel. Then he carefully baited the hook, after he had taken the rod and line, from Shag, who handled it as though it was a rare object of art, which, indeed, it was to his master. "I think we shall go back with a fine mess of perch, Shag," observed the fisherman. "Yes, sah, Colonel, that's what we will," was the cheerful answer. "And this time we won't, under any consideration, let anything interfere with our vacation, Shag. No, sah, Kennedy. No, sah. If you see me buying a paper, Shag, mind, if you ever hear me asking if the last edition is out, stop me at once. I will, Colonel. And if anyone tries to tell me of a murder mystery, of a big robbery, or of anything except where the fish are biting best, Shag, why I'll just naturally knock him down, Colonel. That's what I'll do," exclaimed the colored man, as cheerfully as though he would relish such updater's note. "Line missing? Well, I can't advise that, of course," said the colonel with a smile. "But you may use your own judgment. I came here for a rest, and I don't want to run into another Diamond Cross mystery or anything like it. No, sah, Kennedy. But Yosua did elucidate that one most expeditious. Like, I never saw sect. That will do now, Shag. I don't want to be reminded of it. I came here to fish, not to work, nor hold any postmortems on past cases. Now for it." And the elderly man cast in where a little eddy under the grassy bank indicated deep water in which the perch or other fish might lurk. This sunny day, and yet, in spite of his determination not to recall the details of the Diamond Cross mystery to which Shag had alluded, Colonel Ashley could not help dwelling on one or two phases of what, with justifiable pride, he regarded as one of the most successful of his many cases. Colonel Robert Lee Ashley was a detective by instinct and profession, though of late years he had endeavored, but with scant success, to turn the more routine matters of his profession over to his able assistants. To those who have read of his masterly solution of the Diamond Cross mystery, the colonel needs no introduction. He was a well-known character in police and criminal circles because of his success in catching many, a slippery representative of the latter. He had served in the Secret Service during the Spanish-American War and later had become the head of the police department of a large eastern city. From that he had built up a private business of his own that assumed large proportions until advancing age and a desire to fish and reflect caused him virtually to retire from active work. And now, as he had so often done before, he had come to this quiet stream to angle. And yet, even as he dropped his bait into the water, he could not keep his active mind from passing in rapid review over some of the events of his career, especially the late episode of the Darcy Diamond Cross. "Well, I'm glad I helped out in that case," mused the colonel as he sat up more alertly, For there came a tremor to his line that told much to his practiced and sensitive hands. A moment later the reel clicked its song of a strike, and the colonel got first to his knees and then to his feet as he prepared to play his. "Fish. I've hooked one shag," he called in a low but tense voice. "Yvette. Hooked one, and I think it's a beauty." "Yes, sah, Colonel. Yes, sah. That's fine. I'll be ready as soon as yo." Shag caught up a landing net, for though the colonel was not anticipating any gamey fish in this quiet, country stream, yet for such, as he caught, he used such light tackle that a net was needed to bring even a humble perch to shore. "I've got him, Shag. I've got him," the colonel cried, as the fish broke water, a shimmering shower of sparkling drops falling from his sides. "I've got him, and it's a bass, too. I didn't think there were any here. I've got him. Yes, sah, Colonel." "Yosua has," exclaimed the delighted George. "Washington Shag, Yosua has got a beauty." And as Shag started forward with the landing net, while the colonel was playing with the skill of long years of practice, the fish, which had developed unexpected fighting powers, there was a movement among the bushes that lined the stream below the willows, and a young man, showing every evidence of eagerness, advanced toward the fisherman. Shag saw him, and called, "Keep back. Keep back, sah, if yo please. The colonel, he's done got a bite and bite." "You mean that something's bitten him?" asked the young man, for he could not see the figure of the colonel, who, just then, in allowing the bass to have a run, had followed him upstream. "No, he's catching a fish. He's got a strike, a big one. Don't isturb him, but I must see him. I've come a long distance. To distance or closeness don't make no matter of difference to the colonel. When he's got a bite, sah, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go any closer, and ISC gotta go land a fish. After that, if he wants to have a word with the colonel, well, maybe he'll see yo, sah." And Shag, with a warning gesture, like that of a traffic policeman halting a line of automobiles, started toward the colonel, who was still playing his fish. Harry Bartlett, for he it was who had thus somewhat rudely interrupted the detective's fishing, stopped in the shade of the willows, somewhat chagrined. He had come a long way for a talk, and now to be thus held back by a colored man who seemed to have no idea of the importance of the mission was provoking. But there was something authoritative in Shag's manner, and being a businessman, Harry Bartlett knew better than to make an inauspicious approach. It would be as bad as slicing his golf ball on the drive. So he waited beside the silent stream, not so silent as it had been, for it was disturbed by the movements up and down of Colonel Ashley, was playing his fish with consummate skill. Seeing a little green book on the grass where it had fallen, Bartlett picked it up. Idly opening the pages, he read, "There is also a fish called a sticklebag, a fish without scales, but he hath his body fenced with several prickles. I know not where he dwells in winter, nor what he is good for in summer, but only to make sport for boys and women anglers, and to feed other fish that be fish of prey, as trout in particular, who will bite at him as at a pank, and better, if your hook be rightly baited with him, for he may be so baited as his tail, turning like a sail of a windmill, will make him turn more quick than any pank or minnow can." "I guess I've got the right man," said Harry Bartlett with a smile. Chapter 7. The Inquest. "Ready now, Shag." "Ready," called Colonel Ashley in tense tones. Ready. With the net. Yes, all ready. I've got him about ready for you. And he's better than I thought. Yes, Colonel. I won't miss. If you do, you may look for another place. At this dire threat, Shag turned as white as he would ever become, and took a firmer grip on the ready now. Shag, called the Colonel, at the same time directing his helper to come down the bank toward a little pool whither he was leading the now well-played fish. Ready. Shag did not speak, but while the Colonel slowly reeled in and the tip of the slender pole bent like a bow, he slipped the net into the water under the fish and a moment later had it out on the grass. There! Exclaimed the famous detective with a sigh of relief. There! He is, and as fine a fish as I've ever landed in these parts. Now, Shag. But there came an interruption. Reasoning that now was a most propitious time to make his appeal, Harry Bartlett advanced to where the Colonel and Shag were bending over the panting base. As the detective, with a smart blow back of its head, put his catch out of misery, Bartlett spoke. "Excuse me," he said, deferentially enough, for he saw the type of man with whom he had to deal. "But are you not Colonel Ashley?" "I am, sir." And the Colonel looked up as he slipped the fish into his grass-lined creel. "I'm Mr. Bartlett. I followed you here from New York, and I wish to— If it's anything about business, Mr. Bartlett, let me save your time. And my own both valuable. I take it by stating that I came here to fish and not to talk business. Excuse me for putting it thus bluntly, but I see no reason for many words. I cannot consider any business. That is all attended to at my New York office, and I am surprised that they should even have given you my address. I told them not to. It was no easy matter to get it, Colonel, I assure you," and Bartlett smiled genially. "And please don't blame anyone in your office for disclosing your whereabouts. I did not get your address from them, I assure you." "From whom, then, if I may ask?" "From Spotty." And again Bartlett smiled. "What? Spotty Morgan?" "Yes. Do you know him?" And the detective could not keep the interest out of his voice. "Rather well. I saved him from drowning once some years ago, and he hasn't forgotten it. It was at a summer resort, and Spotty, though he is a good swimmer, didn't estimate the force of the undertow. I pulled him out just in time." "Strange," murmured the Colonel. "A strange coincidence." "I beg pardon," said Harry politely. "Oh, nothing," went on the detective. "Only, as it happens, Spotty saved my life some time ago. It's just a coincidence, that's all." "So Spotty gave you my address, did he?" "Yes. I had called at your New York office, and, as you say, your clerks had orders not to disclose your whereabouts. I used every cajolery and device of which I was master, but it was no avail. I urged the importance it was to myself and others to know where you were, but they were obdurate. I was coming out, much disappointed, when I saw Spotty emerging from an inner office. He knew me at once, though it is years since we met, and going down in the elevator, I mentioned that I was looking for you. I told him something of the reason for wanting to find you, and well, he told me you were here, and he is about the only person in New York outside of my most confidential man who could have done that," observed the Colonel as he slowly reeled up his line. "One reason why the clerks in my office could not give you my address was because they did not have it. So Spotty, who must just have finished his bit, told. But please don't hold that against him," urged Bartlett. "If he violated a confidence, he did. In a way, yes," observed the disciple of Isaac Walton. but I shall have to forgive him, I suppose. It must have been rather a strong reason that induced him to tell you where I had gone. It was, Colonel Ashley, the strongest reason in the world. It is to help clear up the mystery." "Stop!" fairly shouted the colonel. "If it's a detective case, I don't want to hear it. Not a word. Shag, show this gentleman the door, I beg." "Your pardon, I didn't mean to be rude," went on the colonel with his usual politeness. "But I really cannot listen. I came here to rest and fish, not to take up new detective cases. You know where my office is. They will attend to you there. I have given up business for the time being. And yet, Colonel Ashley, the person who sent me, will have no one but you. She says you're the only one who can get at the bottom of the puzzling case." In spite of himself, the colonel's face lighted up at the words, "puzzling case," but as his eyes fell on the creel containing his fish, he turned aside. "No," he said, "I am sorry, but I cannot listen to you. Shag, kindly, Harry Bartlett was not a successful businessman for nothing. He knew how to make an appeal. I came to see you at the request of Miss Viola Carwell," he said, slowly. "She sent me to find you, told me not to come back to her without you." A change came over the colonel's face at the mention of Viola's name. "You came from her, from the daughter of Horace Carwell?" he asked quickly. "I did," answered Bartlett. "Well, of course, that might make a difference. I hope my old friend is not in trouble, nor his daughter." And there was a new quality in the voice. "Mr. Carwell's troubles are all over, if he had any," returned Bartlett simply. "You mean he is dead?" The colonel uttered an exclamation. "Pardon my rather brusque reception of you," he apologized. "I did not know that. Was it recently, suddenly?" "Both recently and suddenly. I did not know that. I seldom read the papers, and have not looked at one lately. I had not heard that he was ill. He wasn't Colonel Ashley? Mr. Carwell died very suddenly on the Mariposa Golf Club links, after making a stroke that gave him the championship. Heart disease or apoplexy? Neither one. It was poison. You amaze me, Mr. Bartlett. Yes, Mr. Carwell died of poison, as the autopsy showed. Was he did? That is what we want to find out," interrupted the messenger eagerly. "The county physician says Mr. Carwell is a suicide. His daughter, Miss Viola, cannot believe it. Nor can I. There has been some talk that his affairs are involved. As you may have known, he was somewhat of a... His sporting proclivities were somewhat different from mine," said the old detective dryly. "You needn't explain. Every man must live his own life. But tell me more." Thereupon Bartlett gave the details as he knew them, bearing on the death of the father of the girl he loved. "And she sent you to find me?" asked the detective. "Yes. Miss Viola said you were an old friend of her father's, and if one could solve the mystery of his death, you could. For that there is a mystery about it, many of us believe. There may be. Poison is always more or less of a mystery. But just what do you want me to do? Come back with me, if you will, Colonel Ashley. Miss Carwell wants you to aid all of us, for we are all at sea. Will you? She sent me to plead with you. I went to your New York office, and from Spotty Morgan learned you were here. I suppose I shall have to forgive Spotty," murmured the fisherman. "They told me at the hotel you had come here," went on Bartlett, "so I followed. I was lucky in finding you." "I don't know about that," murmured the colonel, smiling. "It may be unfortunate. Well, I am deeply shocked at my old friend's death and such a tragic taking off. Horace Carwell was my very good friend. He once did me a great service when I needed money badly by helping me make an investment in copper that turned out extremely well. I feel myself under obligations to him, and since he is no more, I must transfer that obligation to his daughter. Then you'll come with me to see her, Colonel Ashley? Yes. Shag, pack up. We're going back to civilization. The colored man's face was a study. He looked at the quiet stream, at the drooping willows, at the fish rod in his master's hand, and at the creel. He opened his mouth and spoke. But, Colonel, you done told me to, no matter what I told you, Shag, these are new orders. Pack up came the crisp command. We're going back to town. I'll do what I can in this case, he went on to Bartlett. I came here for some quiet fishing and to get my mind off detective work. I was dragged into a Diamond Cross mystery not long since, sorely against my will, and now. I am sorry, began Bartlett. Oh, well, it can't be helped, the colonel said. I'd give up more than a fishing trip for a daughter of Horace Carwell. You may let her know that I'll come, if it will give her any comfort. Though, mind you, the colonel's manner was impressive. I promise nothing. That is understood, said Bartlett eagerly. I'll wire her that you are coming. There's a train that leaves right after supper. We can get that. I'll take it, decided the colonel. Now that he had given up his cherished fishing, he was all business again. Shag. Yes, sah, Colonel. Pack up for the evening train. Give that fish to the cook and have it served for Mr. Bartlett and myself. You'll dine with me, he went on. It was an order, not an invitation, but Bartlett understood and accepted with a bow. A few hours later, he and the colonel left the little town where the detective had gone for such a short vacation, and were on their way to Lakeside, which they reached early in the morning. Now, if you'll tell me the best hotel to stop at here, said the colonel as they alighted from the train, I'll put up there and see Miss Carwell. She requested me to bring you at once to her home, said Bartlett. You are to be your guest. She thought perhaps you would want to examine to see Mr. Carwell's body before. Oh, yes. I suppose I had better. Then the funeral has not been held? No. It was postponed at the request of the county physician. Has there been a coroner's inquest? No. None was deemed necessary at the time I left, at the solicitation of Miss Carwell, to get you. I see. Inquests are less often held in New Jersey than in some of the other states. Well, then I suppose I may as well go to the Carwell home. With you? Yes. I wired for my car to meet us. It's here, I see. Right over here. Bartlett led the way, the colonel following, and Shag bringing up the rear with the bags. As the machine started from the station, Bartlett looked up to the morning sky. There was a little speck in it, no larger than a man's hand. It grew larger and became an osprey on its way to the sea in search of a fish. As the car drew up in front of the Carwell mansion, from the bell of which fluttered a dismal length of crepe, a man stepped from the shadow of the gate posts and held out a paper to Harry Bartlett. What is it? Asked Bartlett. A subpoena, was the rather gruff answer. A subpoena? What for? The coroner's inquest. You'll have to appear and give evidence. They're going to have an inquest to find out more about Mr. Carwell's death. That's all I know. I'm from police headquarters. I was told to wait around here, as you were expected, and to serve that on you. Don't forget to be there. It's a court order, and the man slunk away. An inquest, murmured Bartlett, as he looked at the paper in his hand. I thought they weren't going to have any, and he glanced quickly at Colonel Ashley. Chapter 8. On suspicion. Colonel Robert Lee Ashley was used to surprises. This was natural, considering his calling, and at some of the surprises he was a silent spectator, while at others he furnished the surprise. In this case he served in his former capacity, merely noting the rather startled look on the face of Harry Bartlett when handed the subpoena to the coroners. Inquest. I thought they weren't going to have any, Bartlett repeated, but whether to himself in a sort of daze, to Colonel Ashley, or to the man from headquarters was not clear. At any rate, Colonel Ashley answered him by saying, "You never can tell what Jersey justice is going to do. Coroners. Inquests are not usual in this state, but they are lawful." "But why do they consider one necessary?" asked Bartlett as they prepared to enter the house of death. "That, my dear sir, I don't know. Perhaps the county physician may have requested it, or the prosecutor of the pleas. He may want to be backed up by the verdict of 12 men before taking any action. But if Mr. Carwell's death was due to suicide, who can be held guilty but himself? No one. But I thought you said there was a doubt as to its being suicide," commented the detective. "Miss Carwell doubts," returned Bartlett, "and I admit that it does seem strange that a man of Mr. Carwell's character would do such a thing, particularly when he had shown no previous signs of being in trouble. But you can never tell." "No, you can never tell," agreed Colonel Ashley, and none knew better than himself how true that was. "But why should they subpoena me?" asked Bartlett. "Don't fret over that," advised his companion with a calm smile. "You probably aren't the only one. A coroner's inquest is, as someone has said, a sort of fishing excursion. They start out not expecting much, not knowing what they're going to get, and sometimes they catch nothing or no one, and again, a big haul is made. It's merely a sort of clearing house, and I, for one, will be glad to listen to what is brought out at the hearing." "Well, then I suppose it will be all right," assented the young man, but the manner in which he looked again at the legal document was distinctly nervous. "Had we better tell her?" And he motioned to the house on the steps of which they stood, Shag having pressed the bell for his master. "Miss Carwell probably knows all about it," said Colonel Ashley. They found Viola waiting for them in the library, passing on their way the darkened and closed room which held all that was mortal of the late owner of the Haven. No, not quite all of him, for certain portions were, even then, being subjected to the minute and searching analysis of a number of chemists under the direction of the county prosecutor. "It was very good of you to come, Colonel Ashley," said Viola quietly. "I appreciate it more than I can express at this time." "I'm very glad to come," said the colonel as he held her hand in his warm, firm clasp. "I am only sorry that it was necessary to send for me on such an occasion. Believe me, I will do all I can for you, Miss Carwell. Your father was my very good friend." "Thank you. What most I want is to clear my father's name from the imputation of having killed himself." And she halted over the words. "You mean that you suspect," began Colonel Ashley. "Oh, I don't know what to think, and certainly I don't dare suspect any." "One," exclaimed Viola. "It is all so terrible. But one thing I would like all father's friends to know, that he did not take his own life. He would not do such a thing." "Then," said Colonel Ashley, "we must show that it was either an accident, that he took the fatal dose by mistake, or that someone gave it to him. Forgive me for thus brutally putting it, but that is what it simmers down to. Yes, I have thought of that, returned Viola in her shrinking form, and the haunted look in her eyes told what an ordeal it was for her. I'll leave it all to you, Colonel Ashley. Father often spoke of you, and he often said, if ever he had any mystery to clear up, that you were the only man he would trust. Now that I am alone, I must trust you. And she smiled at the colonel. It was something of her former smile, a look that had turned many a man's head, some even as settled in life and years as. Colonel Ashley. Well, I'll do my best for the sake of you and your father, replied the detective. I don't mind saying that I hoped I was done with all mystery cases, but fate seems to be against me. Mind, I am not complaining, he said quickly, as he saw Viola about to protest. It's just my luck, and I can't promise you anything. From what Mr. Bartlett told me, there seem to be very few suspicious circumstances connected with the case. I realize that, answered Viola, and that makes it all the stranger. But tell me, Colonel, haven't you often found that the cases which at first seemed perfectly plain and simple afterward turn out to be the most mysterious? Jove, but that's true, exclaimed the former soldier. You spoke the truth then, Miss Viola. My friend Isaac never put a statement more plainly. And that's the theory I always go on. Now then, let me have all the facts in your possession. And you too, he added, turning to Bartlett. You might remain while Miss Carwell talks to me. And you can add anything she may forget, while she can do the same in your case. I suppose you know there is to be a coroner's inquest, he added to the girl. Yes, she answered. I have received a subpoena. I think it is well to have it, for it will show the public how mistaken a verdict arrived at when all the facts are not known may be. I shall attend. I just received a summons, said Bartlett, and he seemed to breathe more easily. Shad, where's that black boy of mine? Exclaimed the colonel. I sent him to the servants' quarters, said Miss Mary Carwell, coming. And just then, how do you do, Colonel Ashley? I don't know whether you remember me, but indeed I do. And I remember that the last time I dined with you we had chicken and waffles that well. The taste lingers yet. And the colonel bowed gallantly, which seemed to please Miss Carwell very much indeed. So you have looked after Shag, have you? Yes. We have plenty of spare rooms, and I thought you'd want him near you. I want him this moment, said the detective. If you'll be so good as to send him here, I'll get him to open my bag and take out a notebook I wish to use. A little later, Colonel Ashley had thrown himself heart and soul into the golf course mystery, as he marked it on a page in his notebook. On the preceding page were the last entries in a case, the beginning of which was inscribed the Diamond Cross Mystery. It was thus that Colonel Ashley kept the salient facts of his problems before him as he worked. Between them, Viola Carwell and Harry Bartlett told the colonel such facts leading up to the death of Mr. Carwell as they knew. They spoke of the day of the big golf matches and the exhilaration of Mr. Carwell as he anticipated winning the championship contest. The scene at the links was portrayed, the little excitement among the parked cars caused, as developed later, by a blaze in a machine standing next the big red, white, and blue car belonging to Mr. Carwell. And then the sudden collapse of Carwell as he make his winning stroke. The finding of some peculiar poison in the stomach and viscera of the dead man was spoken of. And then Viola made her appeal again for a disclosure of such truth as Colonel Ashley might reveal. I'll do my best, he promised. but I believe it will be better to wait until after the inquest before I take an active part. And I think I can. Best work if I remain unknown, that is, if it is not published broadcast that I am here in my official capacity. To this Viola and Bartlett agreed, as neither of them had, as yet, spoken of bringing the colonel into the case. It was a comparatively easy matter to pass him off as an old friend of the family, which in truth he was. So Colonel Ashley was given the guest chamber, Shag was provided with comfortable quarters, and then Viola seemed more content. "I know," she said to her aunt, "that the truth will be found out now. But suppose the truth is more painful than uncertainty. Viola." "How can it be?" asked the girl, as tears filled her eyes. "I don't know," answered Miss Carwell softly. "It is all so terrible. I don't believe it can be any worse. But we must hope for the best. I trust business matters will go along all right. I confess I don't like the forgetting on the part of Legrand Blossom of attending to the bank matter. It was probably only an oversight. Yes, but it has started a rumor that your poor father's affairs might not be in the best shape. Oh dear, it's all so terrible." But there were other terrors to come. Following his plan of acting merely as a guest and an old friend of the family who had journeyed from afar to attend the funeral, Colonel Ashley went about as silent as though on a fishing trip. He looked and listened, but said little. He was not yet ready for a cast. He was but inspecting the several streams. In fact, to see where he could best toss in his baited hook. And it was in this same spirit that he attended the coroner's inquest, which was held in the town hall. Over the deliberations, which were, at best, rather informal, Coroner Billy Teller presided. The office of coroner was in Lakeside, as in most New Jersey cities or towns, much of an empty title. At every election, the names of certain men were put on the ticket to be voted for as coroners. Few took the trouble to ballot for them, scarcely anyone against them, and they were automatically inducted into office by reason of a few votes. Just what their functions were few knew and less cared. There used to be a rumor, perhaps it is current yet in many Jersey counties, that a coroner was the only official who could legally arrest the sheriff in case that official needed taking into custody. As to the truth of this, it is not important. Certain it is that Billy Teller had never before found himself in such demand and prominence. He was to act in the capacity of judge, though the verdict in the case, providing one could be returned, would be given by the jury he might impanel. There was a large throng in attendance at the town hall when the inquest began. Reporters had been sent out by metropolitan papers for Horace Carwell was a well-known figure in the sporting and the financial world, and the mere fact that there was a suspicion that his death was not from natural causes was enough to make it a good story. Billy Teller was, frankly, unacquainted with the method of procedure, and he confessed as much to the prosecutor, an astute lawyer, as the latter would have the conducting of the case for the state in case it came to a trial in the upper courts. Mr. Stryker saw to it that legal forms were followed in the selection of a jury and the swearing in of the members of the panel. Then began the taking of testimony. The doctors told of the finding of evidences of poison in Mr. Carwell's body. Its nature was as yet undetermined, for it was not of the common type. This much Dr. Lambert stated calmly, and without attempting to go into technical details. Not so Dr. Baird. He spoke learnedly of Reinsch's test for arsenic, of Bloxam's method of the distillation process. He juggled with words, and finally, when pinned down by a direct but homely question from Billy Teller, admitted that he did not know what had killed Mr. Carwell. Testimony to the same effect was given by several chemists who had analyzed the stomach and viscera of the dead man. There was a sediment of poison present, they admitted, and sufficient had been extracted in a free state to end the lives of several guinea pigs on which it had been tested. But as to the exact nature of the poison, they could not yet say. More time for analysis was needed. It was certain that Mr. Carwell had come to his death by an active agent in the nature of some substance, as yet unknown, which he either swallowed purposely by accident or because someone gave it to him either knowingly or unknowingly. This was a sufficiently broad hypothesis on which to base almost anything, thought Colonel Ashley, as he sat and listened in the corner of the improvised courtroom. There was a stir of excitement and anticipation when Viola was called. But beyond testifying that her father was in his usual health when he went with her to the golf game, she could throw no light on the puzzle, nor could the dead man's sister or any of the servants. "Call Jean Ferret," said the prosecutor, and the chauffeur, a decidedly nervous man on whom the excitement of testifying plainly told, came to the stand. He made a poor showing, and there were several whispers that ran around the courtroom, but poor Jean's rather distressing manner was improved when Mr. Stryker took him in hand to question him. The prosecutor, observing that the man was more frightened than anything else, soon put him at his ease, and then the witness told a clear and connected story. He admitted frankly that because he had not the faculty, or perhaps the desire to drive the big, new car, he and his late employer were to part company at the end of the month. That was no secret, and there were no hard feelings on either side. It was in the course of business, and natural. Yes, he had driven Mr. Carwell and his daughter to the links that day in the big red, white, and blue machine. Mr. Carwell had been in his usual jolly spirits and had greeted several acquaintances on the road. Had they stopped at any place? Oh, yes. The golfer was thirsty and halted at a roadhouse for a pint of champagne, his favorite wine. Jean had alighted from the car to get it for him, and Viola, recalled to the stand, testified that she had seen her father drink some of the bubbling liquor. It was obvious why she had not spoken of it before, and that point was not pressed. It was known she did not share her father's love for sports and high living. A little delay was caused while the innkeeper was sent for, but pending his arrival, some other unimportant witnesses were called, among them Major Wardell, who was Mr. Carwell's rival in the golf game. Had he heard his friends speak of feeling ill? No, not until a moment before the final stroke was made. Then Mr. Carwell had said he felt queer and had acted as though dizzy. The Major, who was himself quite a convivial spirit, attributed it to some highballs he and his friend had had in the clubhouse just prior to the game. Mr. Carwell had drunk nothing during his round of golf, and had associated during the progress of the game with no one except the players who were with him from the start to the finish. He was not seen to have taken any tablets or powders that might have contained poison, and a thorough search of his person and clothing after his death had revealed nothing. At this point, the innkeeper appeared. He testified to having served Mr. Carwell's chauffeur with a pint of champagne which Jean Ferret was seen to carry directly from the cafe to the waiting automobile. The champagne was from a bottle newly opened, and the innkeeper himself had selected a clean glass and carefully washed it before pouring in the wine. He knew Mr. Carwell was fastidious about such matters, as he had often spent many hours in the roadhouse. Le Grand Blossom. Now something might come out. It was known that Blossom was Mr. Carwell's chief clerk, and more than one person knew of the impending partnership, for Mr. Carwell was rather talkative at times. Mr. Blossom asked the prosecutor, after some preliminary questions, "It has been intimated not here, but outside, that the financial affairs of Mr. Carwell were not in such good shape as might be wished. Do you know anything about this?" "I do, sir." "Tell what you know." "I know he was hard pushed for money, and had to get loans from the bank and otherwise." "Was that unusual?" "Yes, it was. Before he bought the big car and the yacht he carried a good balance. But I told him, never mind what you told him or he told you. That is not admissible. Under the circumstances, just tell what you know." "Well, then I know that Mr. Carwell's affairs were in bad shape, and that he was trying to raise some ready cash." "How do you know this?" "Because he asked me to put a large sum into his business and become a member of the firm." "He asked you to invest money and become a partner?" "Yes." "Well, that is not unusual, is it? Many a businessman might do the same. If he wanted to branch out, mightn't he?" "Yes. But before this Mr. Carwell had offered to take me into partnership without any advance of money on my part. Then he suddenly said he needed a large sum. He knew I had inherited $11,000 and had, moreover, made from investments." "And did you agree to it?" "I said I'd think it over. I was to give him my answer the day he died." "Did you?" "No." "What would have been your answer?" "It would have been no. I didn't think I wanted to tie up with a man who was on the verge of ruin. And if you ask me, I'll say I think he committed suicide because he was on the verge of financial ruin and couldn't face the music, and—" "That will do," came sternly from the prosecutor. "We didn't ask your opinion as to the suicide theory, and, what is more, we don't want it. I ask, Your Honor," and he turned to Billy Teller, who was secretly delighted at being thus addressed, "that the last remark of the witness be stricken from the record." "Rub it out," ordered the coroner, looking over at the stenographer, and the latter, with a smile, ran his pen through the curious hooks and curves that represented the opinion of Le Grand Blossom. He was allowed to leave the stand, and Harry Bartlett was called next. He nodded and smiled at Viola as he walked forward through the crowd, and Captain Poland, who was sitting in front, waved his hand to his rival, for the young men were friends, even if both were in love with Viola Carwell. "Mr. Bartlett," began the prosecutor, after some unimportant preliminary questions, "I have been informed that you had a conversation with Mr. Carwell shortly before his death. Is that true?" "Yes, we had a talk." Viola started at hearing this, started so visibly that several about her noticed it, and even Colonel Ashley turned his head. "What was the nature of the talk?" asked Mr. Stryker. "That I cannot tell," said Bartlett firmly. "But it had nothing to do with the matter in hand." There was a rustle of expectancy on hearing this, and the prosecutor quickly asked, "What do you mean by the matter in hand?" "Well, his death." "Naturally you didn't talk about his death, for it hadn't taken place," said Mr. Stryker. "Nor could it have been foreseen, I imagine." "But what did you talk about?" I declined to answer. There was a gasp that swept over the courtroom, and Billy Teller banged the gavel as he had seen real judges do. "You declined to answer," repeated the prosecutor. "Is it on the ground that it might incriminate you?" "No." "Then I must insist on an answer. However, I will not do so now, but at the proper time. I will now ask you one other question, and I think you will answer that. Did you resume friendly relations with Mr. Carwell after your quarrel with him that day?" And Mr. Stryker fairly hurled the question at Harry Bartlett. If this was a trap, it was a most skillfully set one, for there must be an answer, and either no or yes would involve explanations. "Answer me," exclaimed the prosecutor. "Did you make up after the quarrel?" There was a tense silence as Bartlett, whose face showed pale under his tan, said, "I did not." "Then you admit that you had a quarrel with Mr. Carwell?" "Yes, but—" Just at this moment Viola Carwell fainted in the arms of her aunt, the resultant commotion being such that an adjournment was taken while she was carried to an anteroom where Dr. Lambert attended her. "We will resume where we left off," said the prosecutor, when Bartlett again took the stand, and it might have been noticed that during the temporary recess one of the regular court constables from the county building at Lock Harbor remained close at his side. "Will you now state the nature of your quarrel with Mr. Carwell?" asked Mr. Stryker. "I do not feel that I can." "Very well," was the calm rejoinder. "Then, Your Honor," and again Billy Teller seemed to swell with importance at the title, "I ask that this witness be held without bail to await a further session of this court, and I ask for an adjournment to summon other witnesses." "Granted," replied Teller, who had been coached what to answer. "Held!" exclaimed Bartlett as he rose to his feet in indignation. "You are going to hold me? On what grounds?" "On suspicion," answered the prosecutor. "Suspicion of what?" "Of knowing something concerning the death of Mr. Carwell." An exclamation broke from the crowd, and Bartlett reeled slightly. He was quickly approached by the same constable who had remained at his side during the recess, and a moment later cornered Billy Teller. Adjourned court. Chapter 9. 58 CH 161. There was considerable excitement when it became known to the crowd, as it speedily did, that Harry Bartlett, almost universally accepted as the fiancé of Viola Carwell, had been held as having vital knowledge of her father's death. Indeed, there were not a few wild rumors which insisted that he had been held on a charge of murder. "Oh, I can't believe it! I can't believe it!" exclaimed Viola when they told her. "It can't be possible that they can hold him on such a charge. It's unfair." "Perhaps," gently admitted Dr. Lambert. "The law is not always fair, but it seeks to know the truth." Viola and her aunt were again in the room where Viola had been revived from her indisposition caused by the shock of Bartlett's testimony. Colonel Ashley, who, truth to tell, had been expecting some such summons, went with Dr. Lambert. "Oh, isn't it terrible, Colonel?" began Viola. "Have they a right to lock him up on this charge?" "It isn't exactly a charge, Viola, my dear, and they have, I am sorry to say, a right to lock him up. But it will not be in a cell. Not in a cell. No, as a witness, merely. He has a right to better quarters, and I understand that he will be given them on the order of the prosecutor. He'll be in jail, though, won't he?" "Yes, but in very decent quarters. The witness rooms are not at all like cells, though they have barred windows." "But why can't he get out on bail?" asked Viola, rather petulantly. I'm sure the charge, absurd as it is not such as would make them keep him locked up without being allowed to get bail. I thought only murder. Cases were not bailable. That is usually the case, said Colonel Ashley. But if this is not a suicide case, it is a murder case. And though Harry is not accused of murder, in law the distinction is so fine that the prosecutor, doubtless, feels justified in refusing bail. But we could give it, I have money, cried Viola. Aunt Mary has money too. You'd go as bail, wouldn't you? And the girl appealed to her father's sister. Well, Viola, of course I'd do anything for you in the world. You know that, dearie. But if the law feels that Harry must be locked up, I wouldn't like to interfere. Oh, Aunt Mary. Besides, he says he did quarrel with your father, went on Miss Carwell, and he won't say what it was about. I don't want to talk about anyone, Vi, but it does look suspicious from Mr. Bartlett. Oh, Aunt Mary. Oh, I'll never forgive you for that. And poor Viola broke into tears. They left the courtroom and returned to the Haven. Harry Bartlett sent a hastily written note to Viola, asking her to suspend judgment and trust in him, and then he was taken to the county jail by the sheriff, being assured that he would be treated with every consideration and lodged in one of the witness rooms. Isn't there some process by which we could free him? Asked Viola. Seems to me I've heard of some process habeas corpus writ, or something like that. Often persons who cannot be gotten out of the custody of the law in any other way may be temporarily freed by habeas corpus proceedings, said Colonel Ashley. In brief, that means an order from the court calling on the sheriff or whoever has the custody of a prisoner to produce his body in court. Of course, a live body is understood in such cases, but such an expedient is only temporary. Its use is resorted to in order to bring out certain testimony that might be the means of freeing the accused. In this case, if Harry persisted in his refusal not to tell about the quarrel, the judge would have no other course open but to return him to jail. So I can't see that a habeas corpus would be of any service. In that case, no, sighed Viola. But oh, Colonel Ashley, I'm sure something can be done. You must solve this mystery. I'm going to try, my dear Viola. I'll try both for your sake and that of the memory of your father. I love him very much. The day passed, and night settled down on the house of death. Throughout Lakeside and Lock Harbor, as well as the neighboring seaside places, talk of the death of Mr. Carwell under suspicious circumstances, multiplied with the evening editions of many newspapers. Colonel Ashley, in his pleasant room at the Haven Moor, Pleasant it would have been, except for the dark chamber with its silent occupant, was putting his fishing rod together. There came a knock on the door, and Shag entered. Oh, he exclaimed at the sight of the familiar equipment. Is we is. Yo done on dish yet case, Colonel? No, Sav. I haven't even begun yet. But, yes, I know. I've just heard that there's pretty good fishing at one end of the golf course that's so intimately mixed up in this mystery, and I don't see why I shouldn't keep my hand in. Come here, you black rascal, and see if you can make this joint fit any better. Seems to me the ferrule is loose. Yes, sah, Colonel, I'll tend to it imagite. Iari dun, bro. And you ain't no objections to looking at papers now, has you? He asked hesitatingly. For when he went fishing, the mere sight of a newspaper sometimes set Shag's master wild. No, was the answer. In fact, I was going to send you out for the latest editions, Shag. I see done got 'em," was the chuckling answer, and Shag pulled out from under his coat a bundle of papers that he had been hiding until he saw that it was safe to display them. And while Shag was occupied with the rod, the colonel read the papers, which contained little he did not already know. The next day, he went fishing. It was on his return from a successful day of sport, which was added, to buy some quiet and intensive thinking, that Viola spoke to him in the library. The colonel laid aside a paper he had been reading and looked up. In lieu of other news, one of the reporters had written an interview with Dr. Baird, in which that physician discoursed learnedly on various poisons and the tests for them, such as might be made to determine what caused the death of Mr. Carwell. The young doctor went very much into details, even so far as giving the various chemical symbols of poison, dwelling long on arsenious acid, whose symbol, he told the reporter, was as 205, while if one desired to test the organs for traces of strychnine, it would be necessary to use sodium and potassium hydroxide, ammonia, and alkaline carbonate to precipitate the free base strychnine from aqueous solutions of its salts as a white, crystalline solid, while this imposing formula was given, C21H22 plus NaOHC 21H22 plus H20 plus and AnO3, and so on for a column and a half. "Oh, Colonel, have you found out anything yet?" the girl besought. "Nothing of importance, I am sorry to say. But you're working on it?" "Oh, yes. Have you anything to tell me?" "No, except that I am perfectly miserable. It is all so terrible, and we can't even put poor father's body in the grave, where he might rest. No, the coroner is waiting for permission from the prosecutor. It seems they're trying to find someone who knows about the quarrel between Harry and your father. I don't believe there was a quarrel, at least not a serious one. Harry isn't that kind. I'm sure he is not guilty. Harry Bartlett had nothing to do with his death. If my father was not a suicide, but if he was not a suicide, for the sake of justice and to prove Harry Bartlett innocent, we must find out who did kill your father," said the colonel. "You don't believe Harry did it, do you?" Viola asked appealingly. Colonel Ashley did not answer for a moment. Then he said slowly, "My dear Viola, if someone were ill of a desperate disease in which the crisis had not yet been passed, you would not expect a physician to say for certainty that such a person was to recover, would you?" "No." "Well, I am in much the same predicament. I'm a sort of physician in this mystery case. It has only begun. The crisis is still far off, and nothing can be said with certainty. I prefer not to express an opinion." "I'm not afraid," cried Viola. "I know Harry Bartlett is not guilty." "If he is not, who then?" asked the colonel. "Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I suspecto. Primero. Say that, oh. I'm almost distracted." And, with sobs shaking her frame, Viola Carwell rushed from the room. Colonel Ashley looked after her for a moment, as though half of a mind to follow, and then, slowly shaking his head, he again picked up the paper he had been reading, delving through a maze of technical poisoning detection formulae, from Vortman's nitroprusside test to a consideration of the best method of estimating the toxicity of chemical compounds by blood hemolysis. The reporter and young Dr. Baird certainly left little to the imagination. Colonel Ashley read until rather late that evening, and his reading was not altogether from Isaac Walton's Complete Angler. He delved into several books and again read very carefully the article on the effects of various poisons as it appeared in the paper he had been glancing over when Viola talked with him. As the colonel was getting ready to retire, a servant brought him a note. It was damp, as though it had been splashed with water, and when the detective had read it and had noted Viola's signature, he knew that her tears had blurred the writing. "Please excuse my impulsiveness," she penned. "I am distracted. I know Harry is not guilty. Please do something." "I am trying to," mused the colonel as he got into bed, and turned his thoughts to a passage he had read in Walton just before switching off. His light. It was an old rhyme, the source of which was not given, but which seemed wonderfully comforting under the circumstances. It was a bit of advice given by our friend Isaac, and as part of what a good fisherman should provide specified. "My rod and my line, my float and my lead, my hook and my plummet, my whetstone and knife, my basket, my baits, both living and dead, my net and my meat, for that is the chief. Then I must have thread, and hairs green and small, with mine angling purse, and so you have all." And, reflected Colonel Ashley, as he dozed off, "I guess I'll need all that and more to solve this mystery." The detective was up betimes the next morning, as he would have said, had he been discoursing in the talk of Mr. Walton, and on going to the window to fill his lungs with fresh air, he saw a letter slipped under his door. "From Viola, I imagine," he mused as he picked it up. "Unless it's from Shag, telling me the fish are biting unusually well. I hope they're not, for I must do considerable today, and I don't want to be tempted to stray to the fields. It isn't from Shag, though. He never could muster as neat a pen as this, nor yet is it for Viola. Printed, too, the old device to prevent detection of the handwriting. Well, mysterious missive, what have you to say this fine morning?" He opened the envelope carefully, preserving it and not tearing the address, which, as he had said, was printed, not written. It bore his name and nothing else. Within the envelope was a small piece of paper on which was printed this: "Ask Miss Viola what this means. 58 CH 161. Colonel Ashley read the message through 3 times without saying a word. Then he held the paper and envelope up to the light to see if they bore a watermark. Neither did, and the paper was of a cheap, common variety which might be come upon in almost any stationery store. The colonel read the message again, looked at the back and front of the envelope, and then, placing both in his pocket, went down to breakfast, the bell for which he heard just as he finished his simple breathing exercises. The morning papers were at his place, which was the only one at the table. Either Viola and her aunt had already breakfasted, or would do so later. The colonel ate and read. There was not much new in the papers. Harry Bartlett was still held as a witness, and the prosecutor's detectives were still working on the case. As yet no one had connected Colonel Ashley officially with the matter. The reporters seemed to have missed noting that a celebrated, not to say successful detective was the guest of Viola Carwell. It was an hour after the morning meal, and the colonel was in the library, rather idly glancing over the titles of the books, which included a goodly number on yachting and golfing, when Viola entered. "Oh, I didn't know you were here," she exclaimed, drawing back. "Oh, come in. "Come in," invited the colonel. "I'm just going out. I was wondering if there happened to be a book on chemistry here or one on poisons." "Poisons?" exclaimed the girl, half drawing back. "Yes, I have one, but I left it in New York. If there happened to be one, or perhaps you can tell me. Did you ever study chemistry?" "As a girl in school, yes. But I'm afraid I've forgotten all I ever knew." "My case, too," said the colonel with a laugh. "Then there isn't a book giving the different symbols of chemicals?" "Not that I know of," Viola answered. "Still, I might help you out if it wasn't too complicated. I remember that water is H2O and that sulfuric acid is H2SO4. But that's about all. Would you know what 58CH161 with a period after? The C, a dash after the H, and a star after the last number was the colonel asked casually. Viola shook her head. "I'm afraid I wouldn't," she answered. "That is too complicated for me. Isn't it a shame we learn so much that we forget?" "Still, it may have its uses," said the colonel. "I'll have to get a book. On chemistry, I think." He turned to go out. "Have you learned anything more?" Viola asked timidly. "Nothing to speak about," was the answer. "Oh, I wish you would find out something in soon," she murmured. "This suspense is terrible," and she shuddered as the detective went out. It was late that afternoon when Colonel Ashley, having seen Miss Mary, Carwell, and Viola walking at the far end of the garden, went softly up the stairs to the room of the girl who had summoned him to the Haven. With a skill of which he was master, he looked quickly but carefully through Viola's desk, which was littered with many letters and telegrams of condolence that had been answered. Colonel Ashley worked quickly and silently, and he was about to give up, a look of disappointment on his face, when he found a slip of paper in one of the pigeonholes. And the slip bore this, written in pencil: 58CH161. Chapter 10. A Water Hazard. Isn't there some place where you can take her for a few days, some relatives where she can rest and forget, as much as possible, the scenes here? "Yes, there is," replied Miss Mary Carwell to Colonel Ashley's question. "I'll go with her myself to Pentonville. I have a cousin there, and it's the quietest place I know of outside of Philadelphia." And she smiled faintly at the detective. "Good," he announced. "Then get her away from here. It will do you both good. But what about the case solving the mystery? Won't you want either Viola or me here to help you? I shall do very well by myself for a few days. Indeed, I shall need the help of both of you, but you will be all the better fitted to render it when you return. So take her away, go yourself, and try to forget as much of your grief as possible. And you will stay, I'll stay here, yes. Shag and I will manage very nicely. Thank you. I'm glad you have colored help. I can always get along with that kind. I've been used to them since a boy in the South." And so Viola and Miss Carwell went away. It was after the sufficiently, imposingly somber funeral of Horace. Carwell, for since the inquest adjourned at the request of the prosecutor, it was not considered necessary to keep the poor, maimed body out of its last resting place any longer. It had been sufficiently viewed and examined. In fact, parts of it were still in the hands of the chemists. "And now, Shag, that we're left to ourselves," said Colonel Ashley, when Viola and Miss Carwell had departed the day following the funeral. "Now that we are by ourselves, I reckon as how you'll fix up as to who it were what done killed the gin man, and have arrested, won't yo, Colonel, sah?" asked Shag with The kindly concern and freedom of an old and loved servant. Indeed, I'll do nothing of the sort, exclaimed Colonel Ashley. I'm going fishing, shag, and I'll be obliged to you if you'll lay out my Kennebec rod and the 16 line. I think there are some fighting fish. Think so, yes, answered Garrigan. And I think Harry refuses to admit it from a notion that it would be dragging in a lady's name. But it wouldn't be airing anything that isn't already pretty well known. Mr. Carwell has a violent temper, or he had one, and Harry isn't exactly an angel when he's roused, though I'll say for him that I have rarely seen him angry. And there you are. Boy, another bottle, and have it colder than the last. Yes, mused the colonel. There you are or aren't, according to your viewpoint. And so the day grew more sunshiny and mellow, and Colonel Ashley did not regret the fish that the golf ball cheated him of, for he added several new cards to his index file and jotted down mentally new facts on some. Already in it. We'll return tomorrow. Viola too restless here. That was the telegram Colonel Ashley received the day following. His acquaintance at the 19th hole with Bruce Garrigan and Tom Sharwell. She stayed away longer than I thought she would, mused the detective. Yes, sah. See if that French chauffeur, Ferret, can drive me into town. Yes, sah, Colonel. A little later, Jean brought the roadster to the front of the house and waited for Colonel Ashley. The latter came forth holding a slip of paper in his hand, and to the chauffeur he said, "Do you know where Dr. Baird lives?" "Oh, yes, sir. Take me there, please." He was one of the physicians called in when Mr. Carwell was poisoned, was he not? Yes, and the chauffeur nodded and smiled. "You're not ill, I hope." "Monsieur, if you are, there is a physician near—" "Oh, no. I'm all right. I just want to have a talk with the doctor." "Did you ever consult him?" "Me? Oh, no, monsieur. I have no need of a doctor. I'm never sick. I feel most excellent." And certainly he looked it. There was a sparkle in his eyes, perhaps too brilliant a sparkle, but he did not look like a dope fiend. "If you are in a hurry," went on the chauffeur, "I can—" "No hurry," responded the colonel. "Why, do you feel like driving?" "Fast. Very fast, monsieur. I always like to drive fast, only there is seldom call for it." Mr. Carwell, he at times would like speed, and again he was like the tortoise. But as for me, Poof, what would you? And he shrugged his shoulders and reverted to his own tongue. Mused the colonel. Rather a different story from the garage. Man's. However, we shall see. Dr. Baird was in. In fact, being a very young doctor indeed, he was rather more in than out too much in to suit his own inclination and pocketbook, for, as yet, the number of his patients was small. "I did not come to see you for myself, professionally," said Colonel Ashley, as he took a seat in the office and introduced himself. "I am trying to establish, for the satisfaction of Miss Carwell, that her father was not a suicide, and—" "What else could it be?" asked Dr. Baird. "I do not know, but I read with great interest the interview you gave, the Globe on the effects and detection of various poisons." "Yes," and young Dr. Baird rubbed his hands in delight and stroked his still younger mustache. "Yes, and I called to ask what poison or chemical symbol that might be." The colonel extended a paper on which was inscribed 58CH 161. "That, why that is not a chemical symbol at all," promptly declared Dr. Baird. "Are you sure? Positive? Could it be some formula for poison?" "It could not. Of course, that is not to say it could not be some person's private memorandum for some combination of elements. C might stand for carbon and H for hydrogen, but that would not make a poison in the ordinary accepted meaning of the term. I am sure you are mistaken if you think that is a chemical symbol. I'm sure also, said the detective with a smile. I just wanted your opinion, that is all. Then those letters and figures would mean nothing to you? Nothing at all. Wait, though. Young Dr. Percy Baird looked at the slip again. No, it would mean nothing to me, he said finally. Thank you, said the colonel. He came out of the physician's office to find Jean Ferret calmly, reading in his side of the car. The paper was put away at once, and with a whir from the self-starter, the motor throbbed. Is there a free public library in town, Jean? Asked the detective. Yes, monsieur. Take me there. The library was one built partly with the money donated by a celebrated millionaire and contained a fair variety of books. To the main desk, behind which sat a pretty girl, marched Colonel Ashley. Have you any books on poisons? He asked. Poisons? She looked up at him, startled, a flush mantling her fair cheeks. Yes. Any works on poisons, chemistry would do. Oh, yes, we have books on poisons. I'll jot down the numbers for you. We have not many, I'm afraid. Isn't a pleasant subject. No, I imagine not. She busied herself with the card index and came back to him in a moment with a slip of paper. I'm sorry, said the pretty girl, but we seem to have only one book on poisons, and I'm afraid that isn't what you want. It is entitled Poisonous Plants of New Jersey and is one of the bulletins of a New Jersey Agricultural Experiment Station at New Brunswick. But it is out at present. Here is the number of it, and if it comes in, I should be glad to see it, interrupted the colonel pleasantly. Here is the number, and the pretty girl extended to him a slip which read 58C H 161. What is the star for? Asked the colonel. It indicates that the book was donated by the state and was not purchased with the endowment appropriation, she informed him. And it is out now. I wonder if you could tell me who has it. Why, yes, sir. Just a moment. She looked at some more cards and came back to him. She looked a bit disturbed. The book, Poisonous Plants of New Jersey, was taken out by Miss Viola Carwell, said the girl. Chapter 12. Blossom Suspicions. Characteristic as it was of Colonel Ashley not to show surprise, he could hardly restrain an indication of it when he reached the haven and found Miss Mary Carwell and Viola there. They were not expected until the next day, but while her niece was temporarily absent, Miss Carwell explained the matter. She couldn't stand it another minute. She insisted that I should pack and come with her. Something seemed to drive her home. I hope, said the colonel gently, that she didn't imagine that I wasn't doing all possible under the circumstances. Oh, no, it wasn't anything like that. She just wanted to be at home. And I think, too, and Miss Carwell lowered her voice after a glance at the door, that she wanted to see him. You mean, Mr. Bartlett, there's no use disguising the fact that his family and ours aren't on friendly terms. I think he did a grave injustice to my brother in a business way, and I'll never forgive him for it. I don't want to see Viola marry him, that is I didn't. I hardly believe, now, after he has been arrested, that she will, but there is no doubt she cares for him. I would do anything to prove that this charge was groundless. Well, yes, I suppose that's natural, assented the detective. I'd be glad myself to believe that Harry Bartlett had nothing to do with the death of Mr. Carwell. But you believe he did have, don't you? I haven't yet made up my mind, was the cautious answer. The golf course mystery, I don't mind admitting, is one of the most puzzling I've ever run across. It won't do to make up one's mind at once. But my brother either committed suicide or else he was deliberately poisoned, insisted Miss Carwell. And those of us who knew him feel sure he would never take his own life. He must have been killed, and if Harry Bartlett didn't do it, who did? I don't know, frankly replied the colonel. That's what I'm going to try to find out. So Miss Viola feels much sympathy for him, does she? Yes, and she wants to go to see him at the jail. Of course I know they don't exactly call it jail, but that's what I call it. Miss Carwell was nothing if not determined in her language. Would you let her go if you or I go to see him? She asked. I don't see how you're going to prevent it, replied the colonel. Miss Viola is of legal age, and she seems to have a will of her own. But I hardly believe that she will see Mr. Bartlett. Oh, but she said she was going to. That's one reason she made me come home ahead of time, I believe. She says she's going to see him, and what? She says she'll do she generally does. However, I don't believe she'll see him, went on the detective. The prosecutor has given orders since yesterday that no one except Mr. Bartlett's legal advisor must communicate with him. So I don't believe Miss Viola will be admitted. This proved to be correct. Viola was very insistent, but to no avail. The warden at the jail would not admit her to the witness rooms, where Harry Bartlett paced up and down, wondering. And much of his wonder had to do with the girl who tried so hard to see him. She had sent word by his lawyer that she believed in his innocence and that she would do all she could for him. But he wanted more than that. He wanted to see her, to feast his hungry eyes on her, to hold her hand. Well, what was the use? He wearily asked himself. Would the horrible tangle ever be straightened out? He shook his head and resumed his pacing of the rooms, for there were two at his disposal. He was weary to death of the dismal view to be had through the barred windows. Did you see him? Asked her aunt, when Viola, much dispirited, returned. Home? No, and I suppose you're glad of it. I am. There's no use saying I'm not. Aunt Mary, I think it's perfectly horrid of you to think, even for a moment, that Harry had anything to do with this terrible thing. He'd never dream of it, not if he had quarreled with my father a dozen times. And I don't see what they quarreled about, either. I'm sure I was with Harry a good deal of the time before the game, and I didn't hear him and my father have any words. Perhaps, as it was about you, they took care you shouldn't hear. Who says it was about me? Can't you easily guess that it was, and that's why Harry doesn't want to tell? Asked Miss Mary. I don't believe anything of the sort, declared Viola. Well, sighed Miss Carwell, I don't know what to believe. If your poor, dear father wasn't a suicide, someone must have killed him, and it may well have been— Don't dare say it was Harry, cried Viola excitedly. Oh, this is terrible. I'm going to see Colonel Ashley and ask him if he can't end this horrible suspense. I wish that as eagerly as you do, said Miss Mary. You'll find the Colonel in the library. He's poring over some papers, and Shag, that funny color man, is getting some fish lines ready, so it's easy enough to guess where the Colonel is going. If you want to speak to him, you'd better hurry. But there's another matter I want to call to your attention. What about our business affairs? Have we money enough to go on living here and keeping up our big winter house? We must think of that, Viola. Yes, we must think of that, agreed the girl. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to come back. Father's affairs must be gone into carefully. He left no will, and the lawyer says it will take quite a while to find out just how things stand. If only Harry were here to help. He's such a good businessman. There are others, sniffed Miss Mary. Why don't you ask the Colonel or Captain Poland? Captain Poland! Exclaimed Viola, startled. Yes, he helped us out in the matter of the bank when more collateral was asked for, and he'll be glad to go over the affairs with us, I'm sure. I don't want him to, snapped Viola. Mr. Blossom is the proper one to do that. He is the chief clerk, and since he was going to form a partnership with Father, he will most likely know all the details. We'll have him up here and ask him how matters stand. Perhaps it will be wise, agreed Miss Carwell. But I can't forget how careless Legrand Blossom was in the matter of the loan your father had from the bank. If he's that careless, his word won't be worth much. I am afraid. Oh, anyone is likely to make a mistake, said Viola. I'll telephone to Mr. Blossom and ask him to come here and have a talk with us. It will give me something to think about. Besides, she did not finish, but went to the instrument and was soon talking to the chief clerk in the office Mr. Carwell maintained while at his summer home. He'll be up within an hour, Viola reported. Now I'm going to have a talk with the Colonel, and she hastened to the library. The old detective was smoking a cigar, which he hastened to lay aside when Viola made her entrance, but she raised a restraining hand. Smoke as much as you like, she said. I'm used to it. Thank you. And he pulled forward a chair for her. Oh, haven't you found out anything yet? She burst out. Can't you say anything definite? Colonel Ashley shook his head in negation. I'm sorry, he said softly. I'm just as sorry about it as you are. But I have seldom had a case in which there were so many clues that lead into blind allies. I was just trying to arrange a plan of procedure that I thought might lead to something. Can you? She asked eagerly. I haven't finished yet. What I need most is a book on poisons, eh? Comprehensive chemistry would do, but I haven't been able to find one around here. And he glanced at the books lining the library walls. Your father didn't go in for that sort of thing. No, but can't you send to New York for one? I suppose I could, yes. I wonder if they might have one in the local library? I'm sure I don't know. And Viola leaned over to pick a thread from the carpet. I don't draw books from there. When it was first opened, I took out a card, but when I saw how unclean some of the volumes were, I never afterward patronized the place. Then you wouldn't know whether they had a book on poisons or poison. Plants or not. I wouldn't in the least, she answered as she arose. As I said, I don't believe I have been in the place more than twice, and that was 2 years ago. Then I'll have to inquire myself, said the Colonel, and he remained, standing while Viola left the room. And for some little time he stood looking at the door as it closed after her. And on Colonel Ashley's face there was a peculiar look. Legrand Blossom came to the Haven bearing a bundle of books and papers, and with rather a wry face, for he had no heart for business of this nature. Miss Mary Carwell sat down at the table with him and Viola. We want to know just where we stand financially, said Viola. What is the condition of my father's affairs, Mr. Blossom? The confidential clerk hesitated a moment before answering. Then he said slowly, well, the affairs are anything but good. There's a great deal of money gone, and some of the securities left are pledged for loans. You mean my father spent a lot of money just before he died? Asked Viola. He either spent it or, well, yes, he must have spent it, for it is gone. The car cost $10,000, and he spent as much, if not more, on the yacht. But they could be sold. I don't want either of them. I'm afraid in the big car, said Viola, and the yacht isn't seaworthy, I've heard. I wouldn't take a trip in her. I don't know anything about that, said Legrand Blossom. But even if the car and yacht were sold at a for sale, they would not bring anything like what they cost. I have gone carefully over your father's affairs, as you requested me, and I tell you frankly they are in bad shape. What can be done? Asked Miss Carwell. I don't know, Legrand Blossom frankly admitted. You may call on an expert, if you like, to go over the books, but I don't believe you would come to any other conclusion than I have. As a matter of fact, I had a somewhat selfish motive in looking into your father's affairs of late. You know, I was thinking of going into partnership with him, and he did not finish. Viola nodded. Perhaps I might say that he was good enough to offer me the chance, the young man went on. And as I was to invest what was to me a large sum, I wanted to see how matters were. So I examined the books carefully, as your father pressed me to do. At that time his affairs were in good shape, but of late he had lost a lot of money. Will it make any difference to us? And Viola included her aunt in her gesture. Well, you, Miss Carwell, and Blossom nodded to the older lady, have your own money in trust funds. Mr. Carwell could not touch them. But he did use part of the fortune left you by your mother, he added to Viola. I don't mind that, was her steady answer. If my father needed my money, he was welcome to it. That is past and gone. What now remains to me? Very little, answered Legrand Blossom. I may be able to pull the business through and save something, but there's a lot of money lost, spent, or gone somewhere. I haven't yet found out. Your father speculated too much and unwisely. I told him, but he would pay no heed to me. Do you think he knew, before his death, that his affairs were in such bad shape? Asked the dead man's sister. He must have, for I saw him going over the books several times. Do you think this knowledge impelled him to end his life? Faltered Viola. Legrand Blossom considered a moment before answering. Then he slowly said, it was either that or someone killed him. There are no two ways about it. I believe someone killed him, burst out Viola. But I think the authorities have made a horrible mistake in detaining Mr. Bartlett, she added. Don't you, Mr. Blossom? Oh, I don't know what to think. Your father had some enemies, it is true. Every businessman has. And a person with a temper easily aroused, such as Legrand Blossom, stopped suddenly. You were about to name someone? Asked Viola. Well, I was about to give, merely as an instance, Jean Ferret the chauffeur. Not that I think the Frenchman had a thing to do with the matter, but he has a violent temper at times, and again he is as meek as anyone I ever knew. But say a person did give way to violent passion, such as I have seen him do at times when something went wrong with the big, new car, might not such a person for a fancied wrong take means of ending the life of a person who had angered him? I never liked Jean Ferret, put in Miss Carwell, and I was glad when I heard Horace was to let him go. Do you believe he had anything to do with my father's death? Asked Viola quickly. Not the least in the world, answered the head clerk hastily. I just used him as an illustration. But he quarreled with my father, the girl went on. They had words, No. Yes, they did, and I heard some of them, admitted Legrand Blossom. But that passed over, and they were friendly enough the day of the golf game. So there could not have been murder in the heart of that. Frenchman. No, I don't mean even a hint at him, but I believe someone angry at and with a grudge against your father ended his life. I believe that, too, declared Viola firmly. And while I feel as you do about Jean, still it is a clue that must not be overlooked. I'll tell Colonel Ashley. I fancy he knows it already, said Legrand Blossom. There isn't much. That escapes that fisherman. Chapter 13. Captain Poland Confesses. When Legrand Blossom had taken his departure, carrying with him the books and papers, he left behind two very disconsolate persons. It's terrible, exclaimed Mr. Carwell's sister. To think that poor Horace could be so careless. I knew his sporting life would bring trouble, but I never dreamed of this. We must face it, terrible as it is, said Viola. Nothing would matter if he were only left to us. I'm sure he never meant to spend so much money. It was just because he didn't think. That always was a fault of his, sighed Miss Mary, even when a boy. It's terrible. It's terrible to have him gone and to think of the terrible way he was taken, sighed Viola. But anyone is likely to lose money. She no more approved of many of her late father's sporting proclivities than did her aunt, and there were many rather startling stories, and rumors that came to Viola as mere whispers to which she turned a deaf ear. Since her mother's death her father had, it was common knowledge, associated with a fast set, and he had been seen in company with persons of both sexes who were rather notorious for their excesses. Well, Mr. Blossom will do the best he can, I suppose, said Miss Carwell, with rather an intimation that the head clerk's best would be very bad indeed. I'm sure he will, assented Viola. He knows all the details of poor father's affairs, and he alone can straighten them out. Oh, if we had only known of this before, we might have stopped it. But your father was always very close about his matters, said his sister. He resented even your mother knowing how much money he made, and how. I think she felt that, too, for she liked to have a share in all he did. He was kindness itself to her, but she wanted more than that. She wanted to have a part in his success, and he kept her out, or she felt that he did. Well, I'm sure I hope all mistakes are straightened out in heaven. It's certain they aren't here. Viola pondered rather long and deeply on what Legrand Blossom had told her. She made it a point to go for a drive the next afternoon with Jean, Ferret in the small car, taking a maid with her on a pretense of doing some shopping, and Viola closely observed the conduct of the chauffeur. On her return, the girl could not help admitting that the Frenchman was all a careful car driver should be. He had shown skill and foresight in guiding the car through the summer-crowded traffic of Lakeside, and had been cheerful and polite. I am sorry you are going to leave us, Jean, she said, when he had brought her back to the haven. I, too, am regretful, he said in his careful English. But your father had other ideas, and I'm really afraid of that big new car. It is not a machine, mademoiselle. It is, pardon it, is a devil. It will be the death of someone yet. I could never drive it. But if we sold that car, Jean, as we're going to do, I cannot stay, Miss Viola. I have a new place, and to that I go in 2 weeks. I am sorry, for I liked it here, though, oh well, of what use? And he shrugged his shoulders. Was there something you did not like? Did my father not treat you well? Asked Viola quickly. Oh, as to that, mademoiselle, I should not speak. I like your father. We, at times, did have difference, as who is not? but he was a friend to me. What would you have? I am sorry. And he touched his hat and drove around to the garage. As Viola was about to enter the house, she chanced to look down the street and saw Minnie Webb approaching. She looked so thoroughly downcast that Viola was surprised. "Hello, Minnie," she exclaimed pleasantly. "Anything new or startling?" "Nothing," was the somewhat listless reply. "Is there anything new here?" And Minnie Webb's face showed a momentary interest. "I can't say that there is," returned Viola. She paused for a moment. "Won't you come in?" "I don't think so, not today," stammered the other girl. And then, as she looked at Viola, her face began to flush. "I don't feel very well. I have a terrible headache. I think I'll go home and lie down." And she hurried on without another word. "There is certainly something wrong with Minnie," speculated Viola, as she looked after her friend. "I wonder if it is on account of Legrand." Blossom. She did not know how much Minnie Webb was in love with the man who had been her father's confidential clerk and who was now in charge of Mr. Carwell's business affairs. And, not knowing this, she could, of course, not realize under what a strain Minnie was now living with so many suspicions against Blossom. Divesting herself of her street dress for a more simple gown, Viola inquired of the maid whether Colonel Ashley was in the house. When, informed that he had gone fishing with Shag, the girl, with a little gesture of impatience, took her seat near a window to look over some mail that had come during her absence. As she glanced up after reading a belated letter of sympathy, she saw, alighting from his car, which had stopped in front of the Haven, Captain Jerry Poland. He caught sight of her and waved his hand. "Oh, dear," exclaimed Viola. "If he hadn't seen me, I could have said I was not at home, but now—" She heard his ring at the door and resigned herself to meeting him. But if the captain had not been so much in love with Viola Carwell, he could not have helped noticing her rather cold greeting. "I called," he said, "to see if there was anything more I could do for you or for your aunt. I saw Blossom, and he says he is working over the books. I've had a good deal of experience in helping settle up estates that were involved. I mean," he added hastily, "where Noah was left. And, my dear Viola, if I could be of any assistance—" "Thank you," broke in Viola rather coldly. "I don't know that there is anything you can do. It is very kind of you, but Mr. Blossom has charge. And, oh, of course I realize that," went on Captain Poland quickly. "But I thought there might be something. There is nothing." And now the yachtsman could not help noticing the coldness in Viola's voice. He seemed to nerve himself for an effort as he said, "Viola," he paused a moment before adding, "why can't we be friends? You were decent enough to me some days ago, and now have I done anything said, anything? I want to be friends with you. I want to be—" He took a step nearer her, but she drew back. "Please don't think, Captain Poland, that I am not appreciative of what you have done for me," the girl said quickly. "But oh, I really don't know what to think. It has all been so terrible." "Indeed it has," said the captain in a low voice. "But I would like to help." "Then perhaps you can," suddenly exclaimed Viola, and there was a new note in her voice. "Have you been to see Harry Bartlett in jail?" And she faltered over that word. "No, I have not," said the captain, and there was a sharp tone in his answer. "I understood no one was allowed to see him." "That is true enough," agreed Viola. "They wouldn't let me see him, and I wanted to so much. I presume you know how he comes to be in prison." It isn't exactly a prison. To him it is, and to me, she said. But you know how he comes to be. There. Yes. I was present at the inquest. By the way, they are to resume it. This week, I heard. The chemists have finished their analyses and are ready to testify. Oh, I didn't know that. Yes. But, speaking of Harry, poor chap, it's terrible, of course, but he may be able to clear himself. Clear himself? Captain Poland? What do you mean? An indignant Viola faced her caller. Oh, well, I mean, he seemed in some confusion. I want to know something, went on Viola. Did you bring it to the attention of the coroner or the prosecutor that Harry Bartlett saw my father just before his death and quarreled with him? Did you tell that Captain Poland? Viola Carwell was like a STEM accuser now. Did you? She demanded again. I did, answered Captain Poland, not, however, without an effort. I felt that it was my duty to do so. I merely offered it as a suggestion, however, to one of the prosecutor's detectives. I didn't think it would lead to anything. I happened to hear your father and Harry having some words about what I couldn't catch, and I thought it no more than right that all the facts should be brought out in court. I made no secret about it. I did not send word anonymously to the coroner, as I might have done. He knew the source of the information, and he could have called me to the stand had he so desired. Would you have told the same story on the stand? I would. It was the truth. Even if it sent Harry to jail. I would, yes. I felt it was my duty, and... Oh, duty. Viola made a gesture of impatience. So you told Captain Poland. That is enough. Please don't try to see me again. Viola, he pleaded. Please listen. I mean it, she said sternly. Go. I never want to see you again. Oh, to do such a thing. The captain, nonplussed for a moment, lingered as though to appeal from the decision. Then, without a word, he turned sharply on his heel and left the room. Viola sank on a sofa and gave way to her emotion. It can't be true. It can't, she sobbed. I won't believe it. It must not be true. Oh, how can I prove otherwise? But I will. I must. Harry never did that horrible thing, and I will prove it. Why should Captain Poland try to throw suspicion on him? It isn't, right? He had no need to tell the detective that. I must see Colonel Ashley at once and tell him what I think. Oh, Captain Poland, if I... Viola twisted in her slender hands a sofa cushion and then threw it violently from her. I'll see Colonel Ashley at once, she decided. Inquiry of a maid disclosed the fact that the colonel was still fishing, and from Patrick, the gardener, she learned that he had gone to try his luck at a spot in the river at the end of the golf course where Patrick himself had hooked more than one fish. I'll follow him there, said Viola. I suppose he won't want to be interrupted while he's fishing, but I can't help it. I must talk to one tell somebody what I think. She donned a walking skirt and stout shoes, for the way to the river was rough, and set out. On the way she thought of many things, and chiefly of the man pacing his lonely walk back and forth behind windows that had steel bars on them. Viola became aware of someone walking toward her as she neared the bend of the river whither Patrick had directed her, and a second glance told her it was the faithful Shag. He bowed with a funny little jerk and took off his cap. Is the colonel there? And she indicated what seemed to be an ideal fishing place among the willows. He was Miss Viola, but he done gone now. Gone? Where? Do you mean back to the house? No, He done gone to New York. New York? Yes'm. On the afternoon train. He say he may be back tonight, maybe. Not 12 morning, but New York and so suddenly. Why'd he go, Shag? I don't know all the ticklers, Miss Viola, but I hear him say he got tea. Get a book on poisons. A book on poisons? And Viola started. Yes'm. He done want one for the case he's working on, and he can't get. None at the library, so he go to New York after one. I see bringing back his tackle. The fish didn't bite nohow, so he went away. The colonel did. Oh, Viola stood irresolute a moment, and then turned back toward the house. Shag walking beside her. Chapter 14. The Private Safe. Divided as she was among several opinions, torn by doubts and sufferings. From grief, Viola Carwell found distinct relief in a message that awaited her on her return to the house after her failure to find Colonel Ashley. The message, given her by a maid, was to the effect, "The safe man has come." "The who?" asked Viola, not at first understanding. "The safe man. He said you sent for him to open a safe, and—" "Oh, yes, I understand, Jane. Where is he?" "In the library, Miss Viola." Viola hastened to the room where so many fateful talks had taken place of late, and found there a quiet man, beside whose chair was a limp valise that rattled with a metallic jingle as his foot brushed against it when he arose on her entrance. "Have you come from the safe company?" she asked. "Yes. I understood that there was one of our safes which could not be opened, and they sent me. Here is the order," and he held out the paper. He spoke with quiet dignity, omitting the ma'am from his salutation, and Viola was glad of this. He was a relief from the usual plumber or carpenter who seemed to lack initiative. "It is my father's private safe that we wish opened," she said. "He alone had the combination to it, and he is dead," she added softly. "So I understood." He responded with appreciation of what her grief must be. "Well, I think I shall be able to open the safe without damaging it. That was what you wanted, was it not?" "Yes. Father never let anyone but himself open the safe when he was alive. I don't believe my mother or I saw it open more than 10 times, and then by accident. In it he kept his private papers. But now that he is gone, there is need to see how his affairs stand. The lawyer tells me I had better open the safe. When we found that none of us knew the combination, and when it was not found written down anywhere among Father's other papers, and when his clerk, Mr. Blossom, did not have it, we sent to the company." "I understand," said the safe expert. "If you will show me." Viola touched a button on the wall, a button so cleverly concealed that the ordinary observer would never have noticed it, and a panel slid back, revealing the door of the safe. It was one of Father's ideas that his strong box was better hidden this way, said Viola with a little wan smile. "Is there room enough for you to work? The safe is built into the wall." "Oh, there's plenty of room, thank you. I can very easily get at it. It isn't the first safe I've had to work on this way. Many families have. Safes hidden like this. It's a good idea." He looked at the safe, noted the manufacturer's number, and consulted a little book he carried with him. Then he began to turn the knob gently, listening the while with acute and trained ears to the noise the tumblers made as they clicked their way, unseen, amid the mazes of the combination. "Will it be difficult, do you think?" asked Viola. "Will it take you long?" That is hard to say. Do you mind if I watch you? She asked eagerly. She wanted something to take her mind off the many things that were tearing at it as the not far. Distant sea tore at the shore which stood as a barrier in its way. Not at all, answered the expert. Then he went on with his work. In a way, it was as delicate an operation as that which sometimes confronts a physician who is in doubt as to what ails his patient. There was a twisting and a turning of the knob, a listening with an ear to the heavy steel door as a doctor listens to the breathing of a pneumonia. Victim. Then with his little finger held against the number dial, the expert again twirled the nickel knob, seeking to tell by the vibration. When the little catches fell into the slots provided for them, it was rather a lengthy operation, and he tried several of the more common and usual combinations without result. As he straightened up to rest, Viola asked, "Do you think you can manage it? Can you open it?" "Oh, yes. It will take a little time, but I can do it." Your father evidently used a more complicated combination than is usually said on these safes. But I shall find it. Viola's determination to open the safe had been arrived at soon after the funeral, when it was found that, as far as could be ascertained, her father had left no will. A stickler for system in its many branches and ramifications, and insisting for minute detail on the part of his subordinates, Horace Carwell did what many a better and worse man has done, put off the making of his will, and that made it necessary for the surrogate to appoint an administrator who, in this case Viola, renouncing her natural rights, was Miss Mary Carwell. "I'd rather you acted than I," Viola had said, though she, being of age, and the direct heir, could well and legally have served. Miss Carwell had agreed to act. Then it became necessary to find out certain facts, and when they were not disclosed by a perusal of the papers of the dead man, found in his office and in the safe deposit box. At the bank, recourse was had to the private safe. Legrand Blossom knew nothing of what was in the strong box, not even being entrusted with the combination. "There, it's open," announced the expert at length, and he turned the handle and swung back the door. "Thank you," said Viola. Then, as she looked within the safe, she exclaimed, "Oh, there's an inner compartment, and that's locked too, only with a key." "That will give no trouble at all," said the man. He proved it by opening it with the third key he tried from a bunch of many he took from his valise. That was all there was for him to do, save to set the combination with a simpler system, which he did, giving Viola the numbers. "Was it as easy as you thought?" she asked when the expert was about to leave. "Not quite, no. The combination was a double one. That is, in two parts. First the one had to be disposed of, and then the other worked." "Why was that?" "Well, it is on the same principle as the safe deposit boxes in a bank. The depositor has one key and the bank the other. The box cannot be opened by either party alone. Both keys must be used. That ensures that no one person alone can get into the box. It was the same way with this safe. The combination was in two parts. And did my father set it that way? He must have done so, or had someone arrange the combination for him. Then he must have shared the combination with someone else." There was fright in Viola's eyes and a catch in her voice. "Yes," assented the expert. "Either that or he said it that way merely for what we might call a bluff, to throw any casual intruder off the track. Your father might have possessed both combinations himself. And yet he might have shared them with another person? Yes. And the other person. Viola hesitated noticeably over the word. Would have to be present when the safe was opened. She did not. Say he or she. Well, not necessarily, answered the expert. He might have had the combination in two parts and used both of them himself. It is often done, though of course he could, at any time, have shared the secret of the safe with someone else. That would only be in the event of there being something in it that both he and some other person will want to take out at the same time. Something that one could not get at without the knowledge of the other, would it not? Naturally, yes. But, as I say, it might be the other way, that the double combination was used merely as an additional precaution. Thank you, said Viola. She sat for several minutes in front of the opened safe after the expert had gone and did not offer to take out any of the papers that were now exposed to view. There was a strange look on her face. 2 persons, she murmured. 2 persons. Did he share the secrets of this safe with someone else? Viola reached forth her hand and took hold of a bundle of papers tied with a red band tape. It was of the kind used in lawyers' offices. The bundle appeared to contain old letters, and the handwriting was that of a woman. I wonder if I had better get Aunt Mary, mused the girl. She is the administrator, and she will have to know. But there are some things I might keep from her if I had to. She looked more closely at the letters, and when she saw that they were in the well-remembered hand of her mother, she breathed more easily. If he kept these, it must be all right, she faltered to herself. I will call Aunt Mary. The 2 women, seeing dimly through their tears at times, went over the contents of the private safe. There were letters that told of the past, of the happy days of love and courtship, and of the early married life. Viola put them sacredly aside and delved more deeply into the strong box. It was like Horace to keep something away from everyone else, said his sister. He did love a secret, but we don't seem to be getting at anything, Viola, that will tell us where there is any more money, and that's what we need now more than anything else. At least you do if Legrand Blossom is right, and you intend to keep on living in the style you're used to. I don't have to do that, Aunt Mary. Being poor would not frighten me. I didn't think it would. Fortunately, I have enough for both of us, though I won't spend anything on a big yacht nor a car that looks like a 4th of July procession, however much I love the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh no, we mustn't dream of keeping the big car nor the yacht, said Viola. They are to be sold as soon as possible. I only hope they will bring a good price. But here are more papers, Aunt Mary. We must see what they are. Poor father had so many business interests. It's going to be a dreadful matter to straighten them all out. Well, Legrand Blossom and Captain Poland will help us. Captain Poland? Questioned Viola. Yes. Why not? He is a fine businessman, and he has large interests of his own. Have you any objection? Oh, I don't know. Eagerly. That I cannot say now. I hope it will, though. Thank you for that, exclaimed Viola earnestly. Miss Carwell said nothing. She had her own opinion, and was going to hold to it, detectives or no detectives. Will you send Shag to me? The colonel requested a maid, as he arose from the table. Tell him we're going fishing. Isn't there anything you can do, I mean, toward the case? Faltered Viola. Not that I mean, of course I don't want to seem. I understand, my dear, said the colonel gently. And I am not going. fishing merely to shirk a responsibility. But I have to think some of these puzzles out quietly, and fishing is the quietest pastime I know." "Oh, yes, I know," Viola hastened to add. "I shouldn't have said anything. I wish I could get quiet myself. I'm almost tempted to take your recipe." "Why don't you?" urged the colonel. "Come along with me. I can soon teach you the rudiments, though to become a finished angler, so that you would be not ashamed to meet Mr. Walton takes years. But I think it would rest you to come. Shall I tell Shag to fit you out with one of my rods?" Viola hesitated a moment. This might give her an opportunity for talking with the colonel in secret and confidence. But she put it aside. "No, thank you," she answered. "I'll go another time. I must stop at the office and leave some bills that have come here to the house. Mr. Blossom attends to the payment." "Let me leave them for you," offered the colonel. "I have to go into town for some bait, and I can easily stop at the office for you." "If you will be so good," returned Viola, and she got the bundle of bills, some relating to Mr. Carwell's funeral and others that had been mailed to the house instead of to the office. The colonel might have sent Shag to purchase the shedder crabs he was going to use for bait that day in fishing in the inlet, and the colored servant might have left the bills. But the colonel was particular about his bait, and would let none select it but himself. Consequently, he had Jean Ferret drive him in, telling Shag to meet him at a certain dock where they would drop down the inlet and try for snappers, young, bluefish, elusive, gamey, and delicious eating. "You have not yet found a place?" asked the colonel of the chauffeur as they rolled along. "No, monsieur, none to my satisfaction, though I have been offered many. One I could have I refused yesterday." "You liked it with Mr. Carwell, then?" "Truly the situation was in itself delightful. But I cannot manage the big car as he liked, and we had a part. There was no other way." The detective narrowly observed the driver beside whom he sat. Jean did not look well. He had much of the appearance of the morning after the night before, and his hand was not very steady as he shifted the gear lever. "How much longer have you to stay here, Jean?" "About 2 weeks. My month will be up then." "And then you go?" "I do not know, monsieur. Probably to New York." "That is a great headquarters." "So I believe. If monsieur should hear of a family that—" "Yes, I'll bear you in mind, Jean. You are steady and reliable, I presume?" And the colonel smiled. "I have most excellent letters," he boasted, and for the moment he seemed to rouse himself from the sluggishness that marked him that morning. "I'll bear it in mind," said the colonel again. But as they drove on, and Colonel Ashley noted with what exaggerated care Jean Ferret passed other cars, giving them such a wide berth that often his own machine was almost in the ditch the impression grew on. The detective that the Frenchman was not as skillful as he would have it believed. He drives like an amateur or a woman out alone in her machine for the first time, mused the colonel. He'd never do for a smart car. Wonder what ails him? He wasn't drunk last night by any means, and yet they reached the town and paused at the only place where there was any congestion of traffic, where 2 main seashore highways crossed in the center of Lakeside. Jean held the runabout there so long, waiting for other traffic to pass, that the officer who was on duty called, "What's the matter, going to sleep there?" Then Jean, with a start, threw in the clutch and shot ahead. "That's queer," mused the colonel. "He seems afraid." The purchase of the shedder crabs was gone into carefully, and having questioned the bait seller as to the best location in the inlet, the Detective again got into the machine and was driven to the office of the late Horace Carwell. It was a branch of the New York office, and thither, every summer, came Legrand Blossom and a corps of clerks to manage affairs for their employer, Colonel Ashley, who by this time was known to the office boy at the outer gate, was admitted at once. "Mr. Blossom is at the telephone," said the lad, "but you can go right in and wait for him." This the colonel did, having left Jean outside in the car. The telephone in Legrand Blossom's private office was in a booth, put there to get it away from the noise of traffic in the street outside. And, as the boy had said, Blossom was in this booth as Colonel Ashley entered. It so happened that the chief clerk was standing in the booth with his back turned to the main door and did not see the colonel enter. And the latter, coming in with easy steps, as he always went everywhere, heard a snatch of the talk over the telephone that made him wonder. Though the little booth was meant to keep sounds from entering as well as coming out, the door was not tightly closed, and as Legrand Blossom spoke rather loudly, Colonel Ashley heard distinctly. "Yes," said the head clerk over the wire. "I'll pay the money tonight." "Sure." "Yes, positive." There was a period of waiting while he listened, and then he went on, "Yes, on the Alawanda. I'll be there." "Yes, sure. Now don't bother me any more." Colonel Ashley, through the glass door of the telephone booth, saw Legrand Blossom make a move as though to hang up the receiver. And then the detective turned suddenly and swung back as though he had entered the room at the moment Blossom had emerged from booth. "Oh," exclaimed the head clerk, and for a second he seemed nonplussed. But Colonel Ashley took up the talk instantly. "I will keep you but a minute," he said. "Miss Viola asked me to leave. These bills for you. I came in town to buy some bait. There they are. I'm going fishing." And before Legrand Blossom could answer, the colonel was saying goodbye and making his way out. "I wonder," mused the colonel as he started for the car where Jean awaited him, "what or who or where the Alawanda is. I must find out." He found further cause for wonder as he started off in the car with the French chauffeur for the boat dock, at the conduct of Jean himself. For the man appeared to be a wholly different person. His face was all smiles, and there was a jaunty air about him, as though he had received good news. His management of the car, too, left nothing to be desired. He started off swiftly, but with a smoothness that told of perfect mastery of the clutch and gears. He took chances, too, as he dashed through town, cutting corners, darting before this car, back of the other, until, used as the colonel was to taxicabs in New York, he held his breath more than once. "What's the matter in a hurry?" he asked Jean, as they narrowly escaped a collision. "Oh, no, monsieur, but this is the way I like to drive. It is much more what you call pep." "Yes," mused the colonel to himself, "it's pep all right. But I wonder, what put the pep into you? You didn't have it when we started out. Some French dope you take, I'll wager. Well, it may put pep into you now, but it'll take the starch out of you later on." Jean left the colonel at the dock, whither Shag had already made his way, coming in a more prosaic trolley car from the haven, and soon they were ready to row down the inlet in a boat. "Shall I call for you?" asked Jean, as he prepared to drive back. "No," answered the colonel. "I can't tell what luck I'll have. We'll come home when it suits us." "Very good, monsieur." And so the colonel went fishing, and his thoughts were rather more on the telephone talk he had overheard than on his rod and line. Contrary to the poor luck that had held all week, so the dockman said, The colonel's good luck was exceptional. Shag had a goodly string of snappers of large size to carry back with him. "How'd you do it?" asked the boatman, as he made fast the skiff. "Oh, they just bit, and I hauled them in," said the colonel. "By the way," he went on, "is there a place around here called Alawanda?" "Yes, there's a little village named that about 10 miles back in the country," said the boatman. "Nothing there, though, but a few houses and one store." "Oh, I thought it might be quite a place." "No, and nobody'd know it was there if there wasn't a boat around here named after it." "Is there a boat called that?" asked the colonel, and he tried to keep the eagerness out of his voice. "Yes, the ferry boat that runs from Lakeside to Loch Larber is named that. Seems that one of the men in the company that owns it used to live at Alawanda when he was a boy, and he called the boat that. It's an old tub of a ferry, though about like the town itself, I guess." "Well, you sure did have good luck." "Yes, indeed," agreed the colonel, and his luck was better than the boatman guessed, and of a different kind. It was in pursuance of this same luck that caused the colonel, later that day, when the shadows of evening were falling, to take his limp satchel and slip out of the house. He went afoot to the ferry dock, and when the Alawanda floundered in like a porpoise, he went on board. It was his first visit to this part of the inlet that separated Lakeside from Loch Harbor, and this means of getting to the yachting center was seldom used by any guests of the haven. They went around by the highway in automobiles. "Well," mused the colonel, as he went to the men's cabin with his limp valise, "I hope Mr. Blossom keeps his promise and comes here tonight. I shall be interested in noting to whom he pays the money." Then, seeing that the little cabin of the ramshackle boat was deserted, at that hour, the colonel went to a dark corner, and from it emerged a little later with a beard on that would have done credit to the most orthodox inhabitant of New York's ghetto. Still, the colonel did not look like a Jew, and he was not going to attempt that character. He made his way to the stern of the craft, where he could watch all who came aboard, and finding a deckhand who was sweeping, said, "I'm not feeling very well. Thought maybe a ride back and forth across. The inlet would do me good if I stayed out in the air. So if you see me here, don't think I'm trying to beat my fare. Here's $1. You may keep the change." "Thanks, ride all you like," said the man. "At 5 cents a trip, with the boat stopping at midnight, there would still be a good tip in it for him." The colonel ensconced himself in a dark corner and waited. The first 2 trips over and back were fruitless as far as his object was concerned. But just as the Alawanda was about to pull out for her third voyage across the inlet, there came on board a woman with a shawl so closely wrapped about her that her features were completely hidden. There were only a few oil lamps on the old-fashioned craft, and the illumination was poor. The colonel thought there was something vaguely familiar about the figure, but he was not certain. He tried to get near enough to her in a casual walk up and down the deck to view her countenance, but either by accident or design, she turned away and looked over the rail. He was close enough, however, to note that the shawl was of fine texture and of a peculiar pattern. Retiring again to his corner in the stern of the boat, and noting that the woman kept her place there, Colonel Ashley waited in patience. And he had his reward. The Alawanda was whistling to tell the deckhands to cast off the mooring ropes when Legrand Blossom came running down the inclined gangway and got on board. He seemed in a hurry and excited, and apparently unaware of the presence of the detective in the dark corner, He went directly to the woman in the shawl. The boat began to move from her slip. "Did you think I was never coming?" asked Legrand Blossom. "No, I was detained," the woman answered, and at the sound of her voice, Colonel Ashley started and uttered a smothered exclamation. But just arrived," the woman went on. "Did you bring it?" "Hush. Yes. Not so loud. Someone may hear you. There is no one here." One man with a heavy beard passed by me as I came on board. At first I thought it was you disguised, but when I saw it was not, I kept to myself. "There is no one here." "I hope not," murmured Legrand Blossom, as he looked cautiously around. The after deck was but dimly lighted. For a time the woman and man talked in tones so low that the detective could hear nothing, and he dared not leave his hidden corner to come closer. But just as the Alawanda was nearing her slip on the other side, the Munchpolka in Luda Tornis. "And so we come to the end," he said. "No, please don't say that," begged the woman. "I must," Blossom answered. "We can't go on this way any longer. Here is what I promised you. It is all I can raise, and I had a hard time doing that. Everyone is suspicious, and that detective is all eyes and ears. It is the best I can do. You must not bother me any more." The lights from a passing boat fell on the couple as they stood close to the rail, and from his vantage point in the darkness, the colonel saw Legrand Blossom hand the woman in the shawl a package. She took it eagerly and thrust it into her bosom. Then, turning to the man, she said reproachfully, "You say this is the end. Then you don't love me anymore." Legrand Blossom did not answer for a moment. "You don't, do you?" the woman insisted. "No," was the slow reply. "I might as well be brutally frank about it and say I don't. And you don't care either." "Oh, I do." "I do," she eagerly protested. "No, I only think you do. It is better for both of us to have it in this way. But let us make sure that it is an end. There must be no more of it. I have given you all I can. You must go away as you promised." "Yes, I suppose I must," and her voice was broken. "Oh, I wish I had never met you. Perhaps it would have been better that way," was Blossom's cold response. "However, it's too late for that now. Goodbye," he added as the boat was grating her way along the Lock Harbor slip. "I'm not going to get off. Don't telephone me again. This is all I can ever give you. Oh yes, I suppose now you've finished you can get rid of me. Well, let it be so," she said bitterly. And then, as the boat bumped to a landing, she cried, "If I could only find—" But the rattle of the chains and the clatter of the wheels on the ferry bridge drowned her voice. She rushed away from Legrand Blossom's side and, clutching her shawl close around her, as if to make sure of the package the man had given her, she disappeared into the interior of the ferry boat. Colonel Ashley started to follow, but as Legrand Blossom remained on board, he decided to watch him instead of the woman, though he was vaguely disquieted, trying to remember where he had heard her voice before. Chapter 18. A large blonde lady. Reaching the haven, Colonel Ashley, who had trailed Legrand Blossom to the latter's boarding place without anything having developed, was met by Shag, who was up later than usual, for it was now close to midnight. "What now, Shag?" exclaimed the colonel. "Don't tell me there are any more detective cases for me to work on. I simply won't listen. I wish I hadn't to this one. It's getting more and more tangled every minute, and the fish are biting well. Hang it all, Shag, why did you let me take up this golf course mystery?" "I didn't do it, Colonel, no, son." What's the use of talking that way, Shag? You know you did. Yes, saw Colonel. That's what I did, confessed Shag with a grin. When the Colonel was in this mood, there was nothing for it but to agree with him. And it's the worst tangle you ever got me into, went on Shag's master. There's no head or tail to it. Then it ain't like a fish, am it? Asked Shag, with the freedom of law. Years of faithful service. No, it I has sent worse luck, stormed the Colonel. I never saw such a case. The Diamond Cross mystery was nothing like it. But I thought, Colonel, sa, that the ammo of a puzzle it were to betta. Yo laked it, ventured Shag. Colonel Ashley tried to repress a smile. Get to bed, you black rascal, he said with an affectionate pat on. Shag's back. Get to bed. What are you staying up so late for, anyhow? To give you a message, Colonel, sa, answered Shag. Miss Viola Dunn. Say I was wait up, and when yo come in, tell Yoda she wants see you. Oh, all right. Where is she? In the Liberty, Colonel Shah. The detective made his way through the dimly lighted hall and on. Tapping at the library door, was bidden by Viola to enter. Still up, he asked. It was time for you to be asleep long ago if you want your eyes to keep as bright as they always are. They don't feel very bright, she answered with a little laugh. They seem to be full of sticks. But I wanted to ask you something to consult with you, and I didn't want to go to sleep without doing it. I want you to read these. And she spread out before him the letters she had found, hidden in the drawer of the safe. Colonel Ashley, in silence, looked over one document after another, including the torn ones. When he had finished, he looked across the table at Viola. What do you make of it? She asked. I don't know, he frankly confessed. But we must find out if your father owed the captain anything for money advanced in an emergency or for anything else. Who would know about the money affairs? Mr. Blossom. He has full charge of the office now and access to all the books. Aunt Mary and I have to trust to him for everything. It is all we can do. Yes, I suppose so, agreed the detective. And he did not speak of the scene of which he had recently been a witness. Then if you will come with me, we will go the first thing in the morning to Father's office and see Legrand Blossom, decided Viola. We will ask Mr. Blossom if he knows anything about the debt between my father and Captain Poland. It would be wise, I think. And as the colonel retired that night, he said, musingly, another angle and another tangle. I must read a little Isaac Walton, too. Compose my mind. So he opened the little green book and read this observation from the Venator. And as for the dogs that we use, who can commend their excellency to that height which they deserve? How perfect is the hound at smelling, who never leaves or forsakes his first scent, but follows it through so many changes and varieties of other scents, even over and in the water, and into the earth. Ah, mused the colonel, I think I must cling to my first scent and follow it through or over the water or into the earth. Then, laying aside the little green book with its atmosphere of calm delight, he picked up a little thin volume, which bore on its title page the poisonous plants of New Jersey. And in that he read, the water hemlock, Cicuta maculata L., is the most poisonous plant in the flora of the United States, and has probably destroyed more human lives than all our other toxic plants combined. As a member of the parsley family, Umbellifera, it resembles in general appearance the carrot and parsnip of the same group of plants. It grows in swampy land. The poisoning of the human is chiefly with the fleshy. Roots. The active principle of this cicuta is the volatile alkaloid canine, common also to the poison hemlock, conium. Macula turnell. The symptoms of the poisoning are many, including violent contraction of the muscles, dilated pupils, and epilepsy. No antidote for canine poisoning is known. The active canine was the poison employed by the Greeks in putting prisoners to death, Socrates being one of its illustrious victims. And having read that much, Colonel Ashley looked at a little slip in the book. It bore the penciled memorandum 58CH 161. I wonder, mused the colonel, and so wondering and with fitful dreams attending his slumbers, he passed the night. Jean Ferret drove the colonel and Viola to the office. They arrived rather early. In fact, Legrand Blossom was not yet in, and when he did enter a few minutes later, he was plainly surprised to see them. "Is anything the matter?" asked the confidential clerk as he quickly opened his desk. "I'm sorry I was late this morning, but I had some matters to look after. No apology necessary," said Colonel Ashley quickly. "We have not been waiting long. We have discovered something. If his life had depended on it, Legrand Blossom could not at that moment have concealed a start of surprise." "You mean you have found out who killed Mr. Carwell?" he asked, and his tongue went quickly around his dry lips. "Not that," the colonel answered, "but we have found some letters that seem to need explaining. Here they are." Then when Viola had told how she discovered them, she asked, "Did my father ever owe Captain Poland any money?" "Yes," answered Legrand Blossom frankly, he did. "How much?" $15,000. "Was it ever paid back?" asked Colonel Ashley. "That I cannot say," replied the head clerk. "The papers in that particular transaction are missing. I looked for them the other day, but failed to find them. I was intending to ask you, Miss Carwell, if you knew anything about them. Now it seems you do not. The fact remains that your father was at one time indebted to the captain for $15,000. Whether it was repaid, I cannot say." "Who would know?" asked Colonel Ashley. "Why, Captain Poland, of course," answered Mr. Blossom. "One would think that would be paid by check, but in that case the canceled one would come back from the bank, which it has not. It is possible that Mr. Carwell had an account in some other bank, or he may have paid the captain in cash. In either case a receipt would be given, I should say. Captain Poland is the only one who now would know." "Then we had better see him," suggested Colonel Ashley. "Shall we call on him, Viola?" She hesitated a moment before answering, and then replied in a low voice, "I think it would be better. We must end this mystery." They left Legrand Blossom and again entered the car. Jean Ferret was driving, and the detective again noticed the strange and sudden change in his manner. Whereas he had been morose and sullen the first part of the trip, timid and watchful of every crossing and turning, now he put on full speed and drove with the confidence of an expert. "He must have had another shot of dope," mused the colonel. "I'll have to keep an eye on you, my Frenchie, else you may be ramming a stone wall when you're feeling pretty well elated." They were halfway to the home of Captain Poland when Viola suddenly changed her mind. "I don't believe I care to go to see him," she said. "Can't you go without me, Colonel Ashley? You can find out better than I can. I really don't feel equal to it." "Of course, I can was the ready answer. Drive Miss Carwell home. Jean, and then I'll go on to see Captain Pullen myself. The car was swung around and was soon in front of the Haven. The colonel, with his usual gallantry, walked with Viola to the steps. As the maid opened the door, she said to her mistress, "There's a lady to see you." "A lady to see me?" exclaimed Viola in some surprise. "Yes, she is in the library, waiting. I said I did not know how long you would be away, but she said she was a friend of the family and would." "Wait, who is she?" asked Viola. "I don't know, but she is a large, blonde lady." "I can't imagine," murmured Viola. "Won't you come in, Colonel Ashley? It may be someone I would want you to see also." As Viola, followed at a little distance by the colonel, entered the library, a large, blonde woman arose to meet her. "I am so glad to see you, my dear Miss Carwell," began the woman, and then Colonel Ashley had one of his questions answered. The voice was the same as that of the shawled woman Legrand Blossom had met on the ferry boat the night before, and it was the voice of Annie Ty, alias Maud Warren, alias Morocco Kate, one of the cleverest of New York's Lux Crooks. "So you have a hand in the game, have you, my dear?" mused the colonel, as he caught the now well-remembered tones. "Well, I guess you don't want to see me right away, and I don't want you to." He had kept behind Viola during the walk down the hall, and the large blonde had not noticed him. He hoped. He whispered to Viola, who stood just at the entrance to the room. "Learn all you can from her. I'll be back pretty soon as she has gone. Find out where she's stopping. Don't mention me." The hall was dimly lighted, and he had a chance to say this to Viola without getting into full view of the caller, and without her overhearing. Then, turning quickly, Colonel Ashley hurried out of the house. "Morocco Kate," he mused as he got into the car again, and told Jean to drive to Captain Pullen's. "Morocco Kate. I wonder if she is just beginning her game, or if this is merely a phase of it started before Mr. Carwell's death?" Another link added to the puzzle. He was still pondering over this when he reached the captain's home. It was a rather elaborate summer cottage, with magnificent grounds, and the captain's mother kept house for him. But there was a curious, deserted air about the place as Jean drove up the gravel road. A man was engaged in putting up boards at the windows. "Is the captain here?" asked the colonel. "The place is being closed for the season, sir," answered the man, evidently a caretaker. "Closed? So early?" exclaimed the colonel in surprise. "The captain has gone away," the man went on. "I got orders yesterday to close the place for the season. Captain Poland will not be back." "Oh," softly exclaimed the colonel, and then to himself he added, "He won't be back. Well, perhaps I shall have to bring him back." Another link. There may be 3 people in this instead of 2. Chapter 19. Unknown. "So sweet of you to see me, Miss Carwell, in all your grief, and I must apologize for troubling you." Miss Ty, alias Morocco Kate, fairly gushed out the words as she extended a hand to Viola in the library. The first glance at the large blonde, as the maid had described her, shocked the girl. She could hardly repress a shudder of disgust as she looked at the bleached hair. But, nerving herself for the effort, Viola let her hand rest limply for a moment in the warm, moist grip of Miss Ty. "Won't you sit down?" asked Viola. "Thank you. I won't detain you long. I called merely on business, though." I suppose you think I'm not a very businesslike looking person, but I am strictly business all the way through, and she tittered. I find it pays better to really dress the part, she added. I was so sorry to hear about your dear father's death. I knew him quite well, I may say. He was very good to me. Yes, murmured Viola, and somehow her heart was beating strangely. What did it all mean? Who was this impossible person who claimed business relations, yes, even friendliness with the late Mr. Carwell? And now to tell you what I came for, went on Miss Ty. Your dear father, and in his death, I feel that I have lost a very dear friend. An advisor, your dear father purchased many valuable books of me. I sell only the rarest and most expensive bindings, chiefly full morocco. Your father was very fond of books, wasn't he? Viola could not help admitting it. As far as purchasing expensive, if unread, editions was concerned, the library shelves testified to this. Yes, indeed, he just loved them, and he was always glad when I brought his attention to a new set, my dear Miss Carwell. Well, that is what I came about now. Just before his terrible death, it was terrible, wasn't it? Oh, I feel so sorry for you. And she dabbed a much-perfumed handkerchief to her eyes. Just before his lamented death, he bought a lovely white morocco set of the Arabian Nights for me. 40 volumes. Unexpurgated, my dear. Mind you, that unexpurgated, and Morocco Kate seemed to dwell on this with relish. As I say, he bought a lovely set for me. It was the most expensive set I ever sold. $4,500. $4,500 for a set of books, exclaimed Viola in unaffected wonder. Oh, my dear, that is nothing. These were some books, and she winked understandingly. It isn't everybody who could get them. The edition was limited. But I happened on a set, and I knew your father wanted them, so I got them for him. He made the first payment, and then he died. I read it in the papers. Naturally, I didn't want to bother you while the terrible affair was so fresh, so I waited. And now I'm here. She seemed to be very much so, as she settled herself back in the big leather chair and made sure that her hair was properly fluffed around her much-powdered face. You are here to, faltered Viola, to get the balance for the books, that's it, dear Miss Carwell. Naturally, I'm not in for my health, and of course I don't publish books myself. I'm only a poor businesswoman, and I work on commission. The firm likes to have all contracts cleaned up, but in this case they didn't press matters, knowing Mr. Carwell was all right. Or if he wasn't, his estate was. I've sold him many a choice and rare books you don't see in every library, my dear. Of course there were some you wouldn't care to read, and I can't say I care much about him myself. A good French novel is all right, I say, but some of them, well, you know, and she winked boldly, and dabbed her face with the handkerchief, which was quickly filling the room with an overpowering odor. You mean my father owes you money? Faltered Viola. Well, not me exactly, the firm, but I don't mind telling you I get my rake off. I have to so I can live. The balance is only $3,000. And if you could give me a check. Excuse me, interrupted Viola, but I have nothing to do with the business end of my father's affairs. You're his daughter, aren't you? Yes. And you'll get all his property? Morocco Kate was getting vindictive. Now, I cannot discuss that with you, said Viola, simply. All matters of business are attended to at the office. You will have to see Mr. Blossom. Huh. LeGrand Blossom. No use seeing him. I've tried, but I'll try. Again, and say you sent me. The voice was back to its original dulcet tones now. That's what I'll do, my dear Miss Carwell. I'll tell LeGrand. Blossom you sent me. He needn't think he can play fast and loose with me as he has. If he doesn't want to pay this bill contracted by your father in the regular way, and I must say he was very nice to me well. There are other ways of collecting. I haven't told all I know. What do you mean? Demanded Viola hotly. Oh, there's time enough. To tell later was the answer. I haven't been in the rare edition business for nothing, nor just for my health. But wait until I see LeGrand Blossom. Then I may call on you again. And with this rather veiled threat, Morocco Kate took her leave. What horrible person was that? Asked Miss Mary Carwell, who met Viola in the hail after her visitor's departure. She was positively vulgar. I should say, though I didn't see her. Oh, she was just a book agent. I sent her to Mr. Blossom. To Mr. Blossom, my dear. I didn't know he was literary. Neither was this person, Aunt Mary. I think I shall go and lie down. I have a headache. And as she locked herself in her room, shed bitter tears on her pillow. Who was this person who seemed to know Mr. Carwell so well, who boasted of how good he was to her? Why did Colonel Ashley want to gain all the information he could about her? Oh, what does it all mean? Asked Viola in shrinking terror. Is there to be some horrible scandal? She put the question to Colonel Ashley a little later. Who is this woman? The colonel considered a moment before replying. Then, with a shrewd look at Viola, he replied, Well, my dear, she isn't your kind, of course, but I've known her, and known of her for several years. She, and those she associates with, work the deluxe game. The deluxe game? What is it? In brief, it's a blackmailing scheme. A woman of the type of Miss Ty, to give her one of her names, associates herself with some men. They arrange to have a set of some books usually well known enough and of a certain value bound in expensive leather-full Morocco hand. Tooled and all that. They call on rich men and women and induce them to buy the expensive and rare set, of which they say there is only one or two on the market. Sometimes the sales are straight enough, particularly where women are. The buyers, but the books, even if delivered, are not worth anything like the price paid. But in the case of wealthy men, the game is different. Different, yes, particularly where a woman like Morocco Kate is the agent. They are not satisfied with the enormous profit made on selling a common edition of books, falsely dressed in a garish binding, but they endeavor to compromise the man in some business or social way, and then threaten to expose him unless he pays a large sum, ostensibly, of course, for the books. Morocco Kate, who called on you, has more than one killing to her credit in this game, and she has managed to keep out of jail because her victims were afraid of the publicity of prosecuting. And it was so foolish of them, for, in most cases, it was just mere foolishness on their part, and nothing criminally or even morally wrong, though they may have been indiscreet. And you think my father? I don't know anything about it. Viola, my dear, was the prompt answer. Your father may have dealt in a legitimate way with this woman, buying books from her because she cajoled him into it, though he could have done much better with any reputable house. As I say, he may have simply bought some books from her and not have made the final payments on account of his death. Whether the contract he entered into is binding or not I can't say until I have seen it. But I found nothing about books among his papers. No? Then perhaps it was a verbal contract. Or he may have been the... Colonel stopped. Viola guessed what he intended to say. Do you think this woman may make trouble? She asked bravely. I don't know. We must find out more about her. If she comes again, hold her and send for me. I didn't want her to see me today to know that I was on this case. But I don't mind now. Oh, suppose there should be some disgrace? Don't worry about that, Viola. But now, I have some rather startling news for you. Oh, more. Not exactly trouble, but Captain Poland has gone away. His place is closed. The captain gone away, faltered the girl. Yes. I wondered if you knew he was going. Did he intimate to you anything of the kind? The colonel watched Viola narrowly as he asked this question. No, I never knew he contemplated ending the season here so early, Viola said. Usually he is the last to go, staying until late in October. Is there anything? That is all I know. He is gone, said the detective. I wanted to ask him about that $15,000 matter, but I shall have to write, I suppose. And the sooner I get the letter off, the better. Please write it here, suggested Viola, indicating the tableware. Pens, ink, and stationery were always kept. I'm going to look again among the papers of the private safe to see if there was anything about. Books, the Arabian Nights, she said it was. Yes, that's her favorite set. But don't worry, my dear. Everything will come out all right. And as Viola left him alone in the library, the detective added to himself, I wonder if it will? Colonel Ashley wrote a brief, businesslike letter to Captain Poland, addressing it to his summer home at Lakeside, arguing that the yachtsman would have left some forwarding address. Then, lighting a cigar, the colonel sat back in a deep leather chair, the same one Morocco Kate had sat in and perfumed and mused. There are going to be too many angles to this, he reflected. I need a little help. Guess I'll send for Jack Young. He'll be just the chap. To look after Jean and follow that French dope artist to his new place, provided he leaves here suddenly. Yes, I need Jack. And having telephoned a telegram, summoning from New York one of his most trusted lieutenants, Colonel Ashley refreshed himself by reading a little in the Complete Angler. Jack Young appeared at Lakeside the next day, well dressed good, looking a typical summer man of pleasing address. Another Diamond Cross mystery? He asked the colonel. How was your golf? Was the unexpected answer. Oh, I guess I can manage to drive without topping, was the ready answer. Have I got to play? It might be well. I'll get you a visitor's card at the Mariposa Club. Here, and you can hang around the links and see what you can pick up besides stray balls. Now I'll tell you the history of the case up to the present. And Jack Young, having heard and having consumed as many cigarettes as he considered the subject warranted, remarked, All right, give me a bag of clubs, and I'll see what I can do. So you want me to pay particular attention to this dope fiend? Yes, if he proves to be one, and I think he will. I'll have my hands full with Blossom, Morocco Kate, and some others. What about Poland and Bartlett? Well, Harry is still held, but I imagine he'll be released soon, Jack. Nothing on him. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. You know my rule. Believe no one. Innocent until proved not guilty. I can keep my eye on him. Besides, he's pretty well anchored. You mean by Miss Viola? Yes. How about the captain? He's a puzzle at present. But I wish you'd find out if that chauffeur Has a girl. That's the best way to do or undo a man that I know of. Find out if he has a girl. That'll be your trick. I'll write that in golf. I'm ready. And Jack Young worked to such good advantage that 3 days later, he had a pretty complete report ready for his chief. Jean Ferret has a girl, said Jack. And she's a little beauty, too. Motzi Rachette is her name. She's a maid in one of the swell families. Here, and she's dead gone on our friend Jean. I managed to get a talk with her, and she thinks he's going to marry her as soon as he gets. Another place. A better place than with the Carwells. She says he must have. This place was pretty much on the blink. She confided to me. Or words to that effect, laughed the colonel. Exactly. I'm not much on the French, you know. Still, I got along pretty well with her. She took a notion to me. I thought you might be able to get something in that direction, said the colonel with a smile. Did you learn where Jean was just prior to the golf game, which was the last Mr. Carwell played? Yes, he was with her, the girl says, and she didn't know why I was asking. Either, I flatter myself. I led her round to it in a neat way. He was with her until just before he drove Mr. Carwell to the links. In fact, Jean had the girl out for a spin in the new car, she says. She's afraid of it, though. Revolutionary devil, she calls it. If Jean was with her just before he picked up Carwell to go to. The game, well, the thing is turning out a bit different from what I expected. Jack, we still have plenty of work before us. Did I tell you? Morocco Kate was mixed up in this. No. Is she? Seems to be. Good night, nurse. Phew. If he fell for her. I don't believe he did, Jack. My old friend was a sport, but not that. Kind. He was clean all through. Glad to hear you say so, Colonel. Well, what next? They sat talking until far into the night. There was rather a sensation in Lakeside 2 days later when it became known that the coroner's jury was to be called together again to consider more evidence in the Carwell case. What does it mean? Viola asked Colonel Ashley. Does it mean that Harry will be... Now don't distress yourself, my dear, returned the detective soothingly. I've been nosing around some, and I happen to know that. The prosecutor and coroner having a bit more evidence than they had at first when they held Mr. Bartlett. Does that mean Harry will be released? I think so. Does it mean he will be proved innocent? That I can't say. I hardly think the verdict will be conclusive in any case. But they haven't any more evidence than at first that he had a quarrel with your father just before the fatal end. As to the nature of the quarrel, Harry is silent, obstinately silent, even to his own counsel, and in this I cannot uphold him. However, that is his affair. But I'm sure, Colonel, that he had nothing to do with my father's death. Aren't you? If I said I was sure, my dear, and afterward, through force of evidence and circumstance, were forced to change my opinion, you would not thank me for now saying what you want me to say, was the reply. It is better for me to say that I do not know. I trust for the best. I hope for your Sake and his that he had nothing to do with the terrible crime. I want to see the guilty person discovered and punished, and to that end I am working night and day. That all. For now, yes. What are you going to do, Colonel? Me? I'm going fishing. I haven't thrown a line in over a week, and I'm afraid I'll forget how. Yes, I'm going fishing, but I'll see you sometime tonight. And a little later Shag was electrified by his master's call. Get things ready. Goodlan up mussy, Colonel, za. Are we sua gwine fishing? That's what we are, Shag. Lively boy, Iseranin, Dat is wat ise doen. Ise ranin. And Shag's hands fairly trembled with eagerness, while the colonel, opening a little green book, read, "Of recreation there is none so free as fishing is alone. All other pastimes do no less than mind and body both possess. My hand alone my work can do, so I can fish and study too. Old Isaac never wrote a truer word than that," chuckled the colonel. "And now for a little studying." And presently he was beside a quiet stream. Luck was with the colonel and Shag that day, for when they returned to the haven, the creel, carried by the colored man, squeaked at its willow. Corners forbore a goodly mess of fish. "Oh, Colonel, I've been so anxious to see you," exclaimed Viola when the detective greeted her after he had directed Shag to take the fish to the kitchen. "Sorry I delayed so long afield," he answered with a gallant bow. But the sport was too good to leave. "What is it, my dear? Has anything happened?" Her face was anxious. "Well, not exactly happened," she answered, "but I don't know what it means. And it seems so terrible. Look, I just discovered this, or rather, it was handed to me by one of the maids a little while ago, and she held out the postal from the library, telling of the overdue book." "Well," asked the colonel, though he could guess what was coming. "Why, I haven't drawn a book from the library here for a long time," went on Viola. "I did once or twice, but that was when the library was first opened, some years ago. This postal is dated a week ago, but the maid just gave it to me. Very likely it was Miss Slade. That's what I supposed. But I went at once to the library, and I found that the book had been taken out on my card. And oh, Colonel Ashley, it is a book on poisons." "I know it, my dear. You know it. And did you think— Now don't get excited. Come, I'll show you the very book. It's been here for some time, and I've known all about it. In fact, I have a copy of it that I got from New York. There isn't anything to be worried about. But a book on poisonous plants it is, as I found out at the library, and poor father was killed by some mysterious poison. Oh, she was rapidly verging on an attack of hysterics, and the colonel led her gently to the dining room, whence, in a little while, she emerged, pale, but otherwise self-possessed. "Then you really want Aunt Mary and me to go away?" she asked. "Yes, for a day or so. Make it appear that the house is closed for the season. You dismissed Ferret, didn't you, as I suggested?" "Yes, and paid him in full. I never want to see him again. He's been so insolent of late he'd hardly do a thing I asked him. And he looked at me in such a queer, leering, impudent way. Don't worry about that, my dear. Everything will soon be all right. And will Harry be cleared?" The colonel did not have time to answer, for Miss Mary Carwell appeared just then, lamenting the many matters that must be attended to on the closing of the house for even a short time. The colonel left her and Viola to talk it over by themselves. On slowly moving pinions, a lone osprey beat its way against a quartering southeast wind to the dead tree where the little birds waited impatiently in the nest, giving vent to curious, whistling sounds. Slowly the osprey flew, for it had played in great luck that day, and had swooped down on a fish that would make a meal for him and his mate and the little ones. The fish was not yet dead, but every now and then would contort its length in an effort to escape from the talons which were thrust deeper and deeper into it, making bright spots of blood on the scaly sides. And a man, walking through the sand, looked up, and in the last rays of the setting sun saw the drops of blood on the sides of the fish. "A good kill, old man. A good kill," he said aloud, and as though the osprey could hear him. "A mighty good kill." When it was dark, a procession of figures began to wend its way over the lonely moor and among the sand dunes to where a tiny cottage nestled in a lonely spot on the beach. From the cottage, a cheerful light shone, and now and then a pretty girl went to the door to look out. Seeing nothing, she went back and sat beside a table on which gleamed a lamp. By the light of it, a woman was knitting, her needles flying in and out of the wool. The girl took up some sewing, but laid it down again and again to go to the door and peer out. "He is not coming yet, Matsi?" asked the woman in French. "No, Mama, but he will. He said he would. Oh, I am so happy with him. I love him so. He is all life to me." "May you ever feel like that," murmured the older woman. Soon after that, the first of the figures in the procession reached the little cottage. The girl flew to the door, crying, "Jean, Jean, what made you so late?" "I could not help it, sweetheart. I but waited to get the last of my wages. Now I am paid, and we shall go on our honeymoon. Oh, Jean, I am so happy. And I too, Matsi." And the man drew the girl to him, a strange light shining in his eyes. They sat down just outside the little cottage, where the gleam from the lamp would not reflect on them too strongly, and talked of many things, of old things that are ever new, and of new things that are destined to be old. The second figure of the procession that seemed to make the lonely cottage on the moor a rendezvous that evening was not far behind that of the lover. It was a figure of a man in a natty blue serge suit. A Panama hat of expensive make sat jauntily on top of his head, on which curled close, heavy black hair. "I wonder if the colonel is coming," mused Jack Young as he stopped to let Jean Ferret hurry on a little in advance. Then a backward glance told him that two other figures were joining the procession. These last two, a man and a woman, walked more slowly, and they did not talk, except now and then to pass a few words. Then the marriage was legal, after all? The woman asked. "Yes, Kate, it was," answered Colonel Ashley. "You are his lawful wife. And he only told me I wasn't, so as to shame me, to make me leave him and render me desperate. That, and for other reasons. But the fact remains that you are his wife. And this other ceremony, this other woman, no legal wife at all. I'm sorry for her. Yes, she is but a girl. If I had known in time, I might have stopped it. But it is too late now. Is he there, Jack?" he asked as he joined the man in the Panama hat. "Yes, sitting outside with Matsi. Going to close in. Might as well. Watch him carefully. He's desperate and, I know, full of dope. Well, I'm ready for him." And so the trio, the last of the procession, if we accept fate, went closer to the cottage whence so cheerfully gleamed the light. "Who is there? What do you want?" It was the snarling voice of Jean Ferret, late chauffeur for the Carwells, challenging. "Who is it?" he cried. The three figures came on. Suddenly there was a blinding flash, and the gleam from a powerful electric torch shone in the faces of Jack Young, Morocco Kate, and Colonel Ashley. There was a gasp of surprise and terror from the man beside Matsi, the man who had thrust out the torch to see who it was advancing and closing, and on him through the darkness. "Ah," sneered the Frenchman, recovering his self-possession. "It is my friend the officer. Ah, I am glad to see you, but just now not." And he seemed to spit out the words. "Maybe not. I can't always come when I'm expected, nor where I'm wanted," said Colonel Ashley coolly. "Now, my friend Jack," he cried sharply. "I've got him, Colonel," was the cool answer, and there was a cry of agony from the chauffeur as his wrist was turned almost to the breaking point, while there dropped from his paralyzed hand a magazine pistol, thudding to the sand at his feet. "Go on, Colonel," said Jack, who had slipped off to one side, out of the focus of the glaring light, just in time to prevent Jean Ferret from using the weapon he had quickly taken from a side pocket. "Go on close. In. I've drawn his stinger." "Messrs, what does this mean?" demanded the girl beside Jean. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Ah, it is you and you." And she turned first to Colonel Ashley and then to Jack Young. "You have talked so kindly to me who have asked me so much about my husband. It is you who come like thieves and assassins. Speak to them, Jean. Tell them to go." The Frenchman was breathing heavily, for Jack had a merciless grip on him. "Speak to them, Jean," implored the girl, while her mother, standing in the door with her knitting, looked wonderingly on. "Why do they come to take you like a traitor?" It's all a mistake," panted the chauffeur. "You got me wrong, Messrs. I didn't do it. It was all an accident. Oh my God. You." And he started back as Morocco Kate stepped toward him, pulling from her face the veil that had covered it when the glaring light showed. Jack Young now held the electric torch. "You," he murmured hoarsely. "Yes, she cried. "The woman you kicked out like a sick dog. I've found you at last, and now I'll make you suffer all I did and more, you devil." "Softly, Kate, softly," murmured the colonel. But she did not heed him. You spawn of hell," she cried. "It was you who sent me down where I am, where not a decent woman will look at me and a decent man won't speak to me. You did it. You left me to rot in my shame so you could find someone else, someone younger and prettier to fondle and kiss, and oh God." She sank in a shuddering heap on the sand at the feet of the man who had broken her body and spirit, and lay there, sobbing out her anger. "Let her stay there a little," said the colonel softly. "She'll feel better after this outburst." Jean, what is it all about?" begged the girl, who still maintained her place beside him. "Oh, speak to me. Tell me, who is she?" And she pointed to the huddled figure on the sand. "I'll tell you who she is," said Colonel Ashley. "She is the legal wife of Jean Carnot, alias Jean Ferret, and—" A scream from Motzi stopped him. "Tell me it isn't true, Jean. Tell me it isn't true," begged the girl. Jean Carnot did not speak. "He knows it is true," said the colonel. "And now, my French Otto. Friend, I've come to take you into custody on a charge of I didn't do it." "I didn't do it," cried the man. "I swear I didn't do it. I was going to throw the glass away, but he grabbed it from me, and I arrest you on a charge of bigamy," went on the calm voice of Colonel Ashley. And then, as he saw Motzi stagger as though about to fall, he added, "All right, Jack, I'll take care of her. You put the bracelets on him and see that they're good and tight. We don't want him slipping out and getting married again. He doesn't have much regard for bonds of any sort, matrimonial or legal." And then he lifted poor little Motzi up and carried her into the cottage, while Morocco Kate got slowly to her feet and sat down on the bench in the darkest shadows, sobbing. Chapter 24. Still Waters. The records show that Henri Margot, alias Jean, Colonel alias Jean, Ferret was married to Isabelle Palubit in Paris on March 17th, 4 years ago, and that she died under suspicious circumstances 3 months later, leaving her husband all of a snug little fortune she possessed. All lies, monsieur, all lies. I do not believe anything you tell me. Well, that's very foolish of you, Motsi, for you can easily prove for yourself everything I tell you, and it will be better for you in the end if you do believe. I do not, but go on with more lies. She shrugged her shoulders contemptuously. Colonel Ashley leafed over a sheaf of papers he had spread out on the table in front of him. He and Motsi sat in a room in police headquarters in Lakeside. It was the day following the procession to the cottage on the moor. The records show, went on the detective, that Henri Margot was arrested in Paris, charged with having poisoned his wife so that he might spend on another woman the money she possessed. But he was not convicted, chiefly because the chemists could not agree on the kind of poison that had caused death. All lies, I do not believe, said Motsi stolidly. Mused the colonel. Well, Motsi, you're more stubborn than I thought, but it doesn't make any difference to me, you know. I'm paid for all this. Now let's see what's next. Oh yes, then the records show that Henri, or Jean, whichever you choose to call him, came to this country. He fell in love with a pretty girl she wasn't as pretty as you, Motsi. I'll say that, but he fell in love with her and married her or pretended to. However, it was a fake ceremony and she couldn't prove anything when he had spent all her money and tossed her aside. So there wasn't anything we could do to him that time. More lies, said Motsi, calmly, or at least with the appearance of calmness. The records show, went on the inexorable voice of Colonel Ashley, that next Jean Carnot, as he called himself then, became infatuated with a pretty girl, and this time I'll say she was just about as pretty as you. Motsi, and her name was Annie Ty. She was an Irish girl, and she insisted on being married by a priest, so there wasn't any faking there. Jean was properly married at least. What do I care for all these lies? Sneered the girl impatiently, tapping her foot on the floor. Why do you bore me? I am not interested. I should like to see Jean. Huh, where have you put him? You'll see him soon enough, Motsi. I've got just a few more records to show you, and then I'm done. Now we come to the time when, after he found he couldn't get out of a legal marriage, Jean put his foot in it, so to speak. He was tied right this time, so he took refuge in a lie. When he wanted to shake off the bonds of matrimony, as my friend Jack Young would say, he told his wife, and she was his wife, and as yet it told her the ceremony was a fake, that the priest was a false one, in his pay. All lies. What do I care? Sneered Motsi, again shrugging her shoulders. Well, now let's get along. After our friend Jean found he was tired of his wife, he shamed her into leaving him, and she went well. That isn't pleasant to dwell on, either, except that he's the villain responsible for her going to the dogs. He sent her there just as he would have sent you, Motsi, except for what has happened. You mean he is not my husband? Not in the least. I do not believe you. It is all lies. These women are but jealous. Proceed. That's about all there is to it, Motsi, except to show you the letter from your own priest, who confirms the fact that the priest who married Jean Carnot and Annie Ty was legally authorized to do so, both by the laws of his own church and those of New York State, where the ceremony took place. You will believe Father Capote, won't you? And he laid beside the girl a letter which she read eagerly. This time she said nothing about lies, but her face turned deadly pale. "And this is the last exhibit," went on the colonel, as he laid a photograph before Motzi. It showed a man and a girl, evidently in their wedding finery, and the face of the man was that of Jean Ferret, and that of the girl was of the woman who had groveled on the sand at the feet of the chauffeur the night before. Morocco Kate. "Look on the back," suggested the detective, and when Motzi turned the photograph over she read, "The happiest day of my life, Jean Carnot." "If you happen to have any love letters from him, and I guess you have," went on the colonel, "you might compare the writing, and—" "I have no need, monsieur," was the low answer. "I God help me. I believe now. Oh, the liar. If I could see him now, I rather thought you'd want to," murmured the colonel. "Bring him in," he called. The door opened, and, handcuffed to a stalwart officer, and slung Jean of the many names, Motzi sprang to her feet, her face livid. She would have leaped at the prisoner, but the colonel held her back. But he could not hold back the flood of voluble French that poured from her lips. "Liar! Dog!" she hissed at him. "And so you have deceived me as you deceived others. You lied, and I thought he lied." And she motioned to the colonel. "Oh, what a silly fool I've been. But now my eyes are open. I see. With a quick gesture, before the colonel could stop her, she tore in half the picture that had swept away all her doubts. "Mustn't do that," chided the colonel, as he picked up the pieces which she was about to grind under her feet. "I'll need that at the trial." "You beast," whispered the girl, but the whisper seemed louder than a shout would have been. "You beast! No longer will I lie for you." "Why? You wanted me to?" "I do not know." "Yes, I do. It was so that you might be with someone else when you should have been with me. Listen, Olive." "You!" she cried, as she flung her arms wide. "No longer will I shield him. He told me to say that he was with me when that golf man was here. Carwell died before he died, but he was not. No more will I lie for. You, Jean of the many names, you were not with me. I did not even see you that day. Bah! You were kissing some other fool, maybe. Oh, my God! I—" And the colonel gently laid the trembling, shrieking girl down on a bench, while the eyes of the shrinking figure of Jean the chauffeur followed every movement. He raised his free hand and seemed to be struggling to loosen his collar that appeared to choke him. For a moment the attention of Colonel Ashley was turned toward Motzi, who was sobbing frantically. Then, when he saw that she was becoming quieter, he turned to the prisoner. "You heard all that went on, I know," said the detective. "That's why I put you in the next room." "Yes, I heard," was the calm answer. "But what of it? You can prove nothing, only that women are fools. I shall hire a good lawyer and poof. What would you have? A man must live. Bigamy, it is not such a serious charge." "Oh, no, there are worse," said the colonel calmly. "You're going to hear one presently. She told me just what I wanted to know, as I thought. She would if I could get her roused up enough against you. So, you weren't riding, as you said, with her the day Mr. Carwell came to his end. I never thought you were Jean of the many names. And now, officer, if you'll take him back and lock him up, I guess this will be about all today." "But I want to get bail," exclaimed the prisoner. "I have a right to be bailed. My lawyer says so. There isn't any bail in your case, said the detective. Pooh! Nonsense. Bigamy. It is not such a serious charge. Oh, didn't I tell you? I meant to, said the colonel gently. You're under another accusation now. Jean Ferret, to call you by your latest alias. You're under arrest, charged with the murder by poison of Horace Carwell, and I think we'll come pretty near convicting you by the testimony of Motzi. Ah, would you not quite? He struck down the hand the prisoner had raised to his mouth, and there rolled over the floor a little capsule. The top came off, and a white powder spilled out. Don't step on it, warned the colonel as several other officers came in to assist in handling the prisoner, who was struggling violently. It's probably the same poison, mixed with French dope, that killed Mr. Carwell. Jean had it hidden in the collar band of his shirt ready for emergencies. But you shan't cheat the chair, Jean of the many names. They led the Frenchman away, struggling and screaming that he was innocent, that it was all a mistake. By turns he prayed and blasphemed horribly. That's the way they usually do when they can't get a shot of their dope, said the jail physician, after he had visited the prisoner and given him a big dose of bromide. He'll be a wreck from now on. He's rotten with some French drug, the like of which I've never seen used before. The coroner's jury had been called together again. Once more the sordid evidence was gone over, but this time there was more of it, and it had to do with a story told weepingly on the stand by Motzi and corroborated by Colonel Ashley. And a little later, when the jury filed in, it was to report. We find that Horace Carwell came to his death through poison administered by Jean Carnot, alias Jean Ferret, with intent to kill. And a little later, when the grand jury had indicted him, the man's nerve failed him completely because his supply of drug was kept from him, and he babbled the truth like a child, weeping. He had stolen $200 from the pocketbook of Mr. Carwell the day before the championship golf game, and the crime having been detected by Viola's father, the chauffeur had been given 24 hours in which to return the money or be exposed. He was in financial straits, and, as developed later, had stolen elsewhere, so that he feared arrest and exposure and was at his wit's end. He had spent much of the money on Motzi, whom he induced to go through a secret marriage ceremony with him. Then Jean, like a cornered rat, and crazy from the drug he had filled himself with, conceived the idea of poisoning Mr. Carwell. That would prevent arrest and exposure, he reasoned. The chauffeur found his opportunity when he was ordered to stop the big red, white, and blue car at a roadhouse just prior to the game. Mr. Carwell was thirsty and in bad humor and ordered the chauffeur to bring out some champagne. It was into this that Jean slipped the poison, mixed with some of his own drug which he knew would retard the action of the deadly stuff for some time. And it worked just as he had expected, dropping Mr. Carwell in his tracks about 2 hours later, as he made the stroke that won the game. But how did a chauffeur know so much about poison and dope as to be able to mix a dose that would fool the chemists? Asked Jack Young of his chief a little later. Jean's father was a French chemist, and a clever one. It was there that Jean learned to mix the powder dope he took, and he learned much of other drugs. I suspect, though I can't prove it, that he poisoned his first wife. A devil all the way through, answered the colonel. But what did Bartlett and Mr. Carwell quarrel about so seriously that Bartlett wouldn't tell? It was about Morocco Kate. Harry learned that she had sold Mr. Carwell a set of books, and, knowing her reputation, he feared she might have compromised Mr. Carwell because of his sporting instincts. So Harry begged Viola's father to come out plainly and repudiate the book contract. But Mr. Carwell was stiff about it and told Harry to mind his own business. That was all. Naturally, after Harry found that Morocco Kate really was mixed up in the case, though innocently enough, he didn't want to tell what the quarrel was about for fear of bringing out a scandal. As a matter of fact, there never was any shadow of one. And the mysterious notes to you about Viola having a poison book, all sent by Jean, of course, to throw suspicion on her. I heard it, rumored, in more than one quarter, that Viola strongly disapproved of her father's sporty life, and it was said she had stated that she would rather see him dead than disgraced, which was natural enough. I've said that myself many a time about friends. Jean found Miss Carwell's library card and took out the poisoned book in her name, afterward anonymously sending me word about it. I admit that, for a moment, I was staggered, but it was only for a moment. Here is what I found in his room. Colonel Ashley held out a piece of paper. There was no writing on it, but it bore the indentations identical with one of the penciled printed notes. He wrote on a pad, said the colonel, and tore off the top sheet. But he used a hard pencil, and the impression went through. Just one of the few mistakes he made. Fine work on your part, Colonel. As for Captain Poland, the money transactions did look a bit queer. But we've since found the receipt, and it's all right. A new clerk in Carwell's office had mislaid it. It wasn't Blossom's fault either. He's a weak chap, but not morally bad. The worst thing he did was to fall for Morocco Kate. But better men than he have done the same thing. However, they won't again. Why, she hasn't. Oh no, nothing as rash as that. She's going to take a new route. That's all. She's a natural-born saleswoman, and I've gotten her a place with a big firm that owes me some favors. And did Blossom come through clean as he said he would? He did, and he didn't. It seems that a year or so ago he inherited $11,000. He invested half of the money in copper and made quite a little on the deal. Then, a short while before Carwell died, he got Blossom to lend him some money, which he was to pay back. Inside of a month or two, when Carwell's death occurred, Blossom was in financial difficulties on account of the demands of Morocco Kate. He could not get hold of the money he had invested, nor could he get hold of the money he had loaned Carwell. In his quandary, he took certain securities belonging to Carwell and hypothecated them, expecting later on to make good as soon as he got some of his own money back. Of course, the whole transaction was a rather shady one, and yet I still believe the young fellow wanted to be honest. How does he stand now? Oh, he has managed to get hold of some of his money, and with that got back the Carwell securities. And, of course, the Carwell estate will have to settle with him later on, and Viola and Miss Mary Carwell are going to keep him in his present position. He and Minnie Webb are to be married very soon, which reminds me that I have an invitation for you. For me? Yes. It's to the wedding of Viola and Harry Bartlett. The affair is going to be very quiet, so you can come without worrying about a dress suit, which I know you hate as much as I do. I should say so. And did Bartlett's uncle really mulct Mr. Carwell in that insurance deal? Well, that's according to how you look at the ins and outs of modern high finance. It was a case of skin or be skinned, and I guess Harry's. Uncle skinned first and beat Mr. Carwell to it. It was 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. The deal would have been legitimate either way. It swung, but made Mr. Carwell sore for a time, and that more than anything else made him quarrel with Harry when Morocco Kate was mentioned. The letters in the secret drawer, which had so worried Viola, proved to be very simple, after all. They referred to a certain local committee organized for an international financial deal, which Mr. Carwell was endeavoring to swing with Captain Poland. The latter thought, because of his intimate association with Viola's father, that the latter might use his influence in the captain's love affair. But that was not to be. So Viola's worry was for naught in this respect. And so the golf course mystery was cleared up, though even to the end, when he had paid the penalty for his crime, the chauffeur would not reveal the nature of the poison he had mixed with the dope which had made him a wreck. Beside the still water that ran in a deep eddy where the stream curved, under the trees, Colonel Ashley sat fishing. Beside him on the grass, a little boy with black, curling hair and deep brown eyes sat clicking a spare reel. Off to one side, in the shade, a colored man snored. "Hey, Unc Bob," lisped the little boy. "Don't Shag make an awful funny noise?" "He certainly does, Jerry. He certainly does. Just like a saw bit in wood." "That's it, Jerry. I'll have to speak to Shag about it. But now, Jerry, my boy, you must keep still while Unc Bob catches a big fish." "Yes, I keep still. But you tell me a story after?" "Yes, I'll tell you a story. Will you tell me how you was a fish in and a big white ball come and zip knocked the fish off your hook? Will you tell me that fish story?" "Yes, Jerry. I'll tell you that if you'll be quiet now." And Shag's snores mingled with the gentle whisper of the water and the sighing of the wind in the willows. And then, when the creel had been emptied and Colonel Robert Lee Ashley sat on the porch with Jerry Ashley Bartlett snugly curled in his lap and told the story of the golf ball and the fish while Shag cleaned the fish fresh from the brook, two figures stood in the door of the house. "Look, Harry," softly said the woman's voice. "Isn't that a picture?" "It is indeed, my dear. Jerry adores the Colonel. No wonder. I do myself. Oh, by the way, Harry, I had a letter from Captain Poland today." "Did you? Where is he now?" asked Harry Bartlett, as his eyes turned lovingly from the figure of his little son in the Colonel's lap to that of his wife beside him. "In the Philippines. He says he thinks he'll settle there. He was so pleased that we named the boy after him." "Was he?" And then, as his wife went over to steal up behind her little son and clasp her hands over his eyes, the man, standing alone on the porch, murmured, "Poor Jerry." And it was of the lonely man in the Philippines he was speaking. In the silent shadows, Colonel Robert Lee Ashley fished again. This time he was alone, save for the omnipresent Shag. And as the latter netted a fish and slipped it into the grass-lined creel, he spoke and said, "Mr. Young, he done ace to me today when we gwine back to the city. He done say dere's a big case waitin' for you, Colonel, sah. When is we all gwine back?" "Never, Shag." "Neva, Colonel, sah. No, I'm going to spend all the rest of my life fishing. I've resigned from a detective business. I'll never take another case, never." And Shag chuckled silently as he closed the creel. Thank you for joining us in this thrilling chapter of the golf course mystery. As we leave the clues behind, remember that even the most serene of settings can hide the darkest of secrets. If you enjoyed this mystery, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Classic Detective Mysteries for more captivating tales. Until next time, keep your detective instincts sharp. There's always another mystery waiting to be solved.